never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. President Biden is in Poland now following his surprise visit to Ukraine. He made the 5-hour visit to the war-torn country earlier today, and reaction even among critics is mixed.
Just days ahead of the one-year anniversary of the Russian invasion, President Biden made the unannounced trip. Meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky, Biden said America stands with Ukraine.
I'm here to show our unwavering support for the nation's independence.
Biden also announced an additional $500 million in aid for Ukraine.
Correspondent John Schaefer. One top Republican is praising Biden's trip. Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina said he was very pleased about it. Other Republicans, including Marjorie Taylor Greene and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, criticized Biden. More than a dozen people have been hospitalized after an explosion at a metal factory in Ohio. It happened earlier today near Oakwood at the I. Schumann and Company building. Officials say at least one person is in critical condition. Officials say at least 3 people are dead after a 6.4 magnitude earthquake hit near the Turkey-Syria border earlier today. And of course, this comes after the 2 countries were devastated by massive earthquakes that killed tens of thousands exactly 2 weeks ago. Back stateside, a major winter storm will impact millions of Americans throughout this week. The storm is expected to begin in the northwest tomorrow and head east as the week progresses. A suspect has been arrested in connection with the murder of a beloved Los Angeles area archbishop. This neighbor says it seemed strange that Bishop David O'Connell was not following his usual routine on Saturday.
About that time, he's out walking his dog. I never saw him come out to walk his dog.
65-year-old Carlos Medina was taken into custody this morning after surrendering to police outside his residence in Torrance, about 20 miles north of L.A. The case is being investigated as a murder. This is USA News.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-300-9-ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9-ERC. That's 800-300-9-ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
The White House says that visit to Ukraine by President Biden was months in the making.
Logistically complicated and difficult is how the White House describes the planning for the Kyiv visit, which began months ago. It involved a small number of people from the National Security Council, the military, and the Secret Service. The trip was different than past visits by a president to a war zone like Iraq and Afghanistan because there's no U.S. military presence in Ukraine. President Biden spent about 5 hours in Kyiv before flying to Poland. I'm Richard Johnson.
Fox News host Tucker Carlson's being given access to a massive trove of surveillance footage from around the time of the U.S. Capitol riot. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy released 41,000 hours of footage from the Capitol to Carlson. Carlson has questioned the circumstances of the riot on his primetime show on several occasions. A major U.S. air carrier is making it easier for families to fly together.
United Airlines says it's opening more seats to families traveling with kids under the age of 12. Under their new plan, parents accompanying younger children will be able to access preferred seats at no extra fee if needed at the time of booking. This only applies to passengers with standard or economy tickets. I'm John Schaefer.
A key charge against actor Alec Baldwin in connection with the deadly shooting on the Rust film set in 2021 is being dropped. TMZ reports he's no longer charged with gun enhancement after work by his attorneys. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229, 800-734-1229.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We gonna hear from all our friends. We gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Well, I don't mind if we do. Let's get it started. Thank you so much. Welcome in. Welcome aboard. As the gang all gathers round for another day. All right, hope your week's off to a good start. A lot of drivers head out for the start of their week here Monday night as we work our way into a Tuesday. Closing out the holiday weekend, President's Day, of course, wrapping up as we work our way into the 21st day of February. There you go. How we doing? Got a full 5 hours coming your way. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Comfortable night, not going to complain here in the Ohio Valley, 41 degrees with clear skies at this hour. Got a big weather system, and we'll try to break down for you. My, as I look at the weather map where they have the watches, the warnings, advisories. I mean, literally the entire western half of the country, with a very few exceptions, is under some sort of a watch or warning, anywhere from winter weather advisories to winter storm warnings to blizzard warnings, high wind warnings, red flag warnings. It's going to be one blockbuster storm impacting the western half of the country and eventually right across the northern tier and on up into the northeastern USA. Meanwhile, we begin to await the arrival of spring-like temperatures in the southeastern USA. Could be talking some record-shattering high temperatures here in a couple days. So we'll delve more into our traveler's weather coming up here. But again, meanwhile, closing out President's Day, how about the surprise announcement? Biden actually making the secret trip to Ukraine. Depending on who you ask, some praising the visit. Others not necessarily so happy about the visit, but I mean, information that comes out now, which literally 48 hours ago would be all considered top secret information. I can't help but wonder if things like the details of this trip, if this would be in a folder that ended up in a box, it really would mean nothing now, even today. Let alone say if Biden had this information in a box, confidential, top secret, 2 years from now, you know what I mean? But the surprise Monday trip was actually an operation we now know that began under the cover of darkness early Sunday morning, which included a plane ride on an Air Force C-32 jet, a motorcade on an empty Polish highway, and a long overnight train ride into the war-torn country of Ukraine. What was ultimately, I believe, like a 10-hour train ride. I'm really surprised that the rail lines are still operational. They were able to cross from Poland and get all the way into Kyiv on the rails. Just a small two-person press pool, and this was a print press pool, was allowed to accompany the president on this trip. They found out just literally days before, had to be at Andrews Air Force Base in Maryland in the wee early hours Sunday morning before being forced to hand over their phones before boarding the C-32, which is a much smaller plane than the usual Air Force One Boeing VC-25. Plane was parked in the darkness next to a hangar away from the tarmac. The shades were drawn, waiting for Biden's arrival. So about 4 o'clock in the morning, again Sunday morning, plane departed at 4:15 a.m., stopping to refuel at Ramstein Air Force Base in Germany at 5:13 p.m. local time Sunday after about a 7-hour flight before continuing on to the airport there in Poland. During its roughly 1 hour, 15 minutes on the ground, the plane's shades remained drawn, landing in Poland at 7:57 p.m. local time there. They say the airport was clear at the time of the president's arrival. The press pool quickly ushered to a designated SUV, part of a motorcade that contained about 20 vehicles. That started rolling a little after 8 o'clock in the evening local time, roughly a 1 hour-long journey on a fairly empty highway. As they arrived at the train station there, no sirens were used during that motorcade to avoid drawing any attention. Arriving at the nearly empty train station about 9:15 p.m. local time, where the president was dropped directly in front of his train car at the already waiting train. About 8 rail cars, according to the security officer on the train. Obviously a heavy security presence. Departing the train station 9:37 p.m. local time, crossing into Ukraine roughly 10 p.m. local time. Much of that journey taking place in the darkness, roughly a 10-hour train ride, while stopping a handful of times for unclear reasons, except to pick up additional security on at least one occasion. The sun had risen by the time the train approached Kyiv, coming to a stop at the train station there about 8 o'clock in the morning local time, Monday that would be. The area around the platform had been cleared. The U.S. ambassador to Ukraine awaiting President Biden and his staff at the station. Biden reportedly said it's good to be back in Kyiv when he stepped off the train. All right, so departed the train at 8:07 local time. There was another motorcade that ultimately arrived at the Marlinsky Palace, where Biden was greeted by the Ukrainian president, Vladimir Zelensky. Well, okay, so I guess we're going to offer up another $500 million worth of aid. That was the announcement. Biden promising additional military aid for Ukraine. A top Ukrainian source was advised of Biden's trip to Ukraine in advance. Apparently, the United States actually warned, or I guess you'd say advised, Russia in blunt terms they would face a harsh response if President Biden was put in harm's way. While Vladimir Putin did not make any direct move against Biden during the trip, Ukraine's military intelligence agency claimed that Russia was staging large-scale nuclear exercises this week, including test launching nuclear-capable missiles from both sea and land. They also said Russia's nuclear-armed submarine was put on the highest level as heavy strategic bombers were moved to the forward positions at the airbase in Tambov, Russia. That's Christopher Ruddy broke the news of Biden's arrival in Kyiv with a statement on Twitter a little after 3 o'clock in the morning, Monday morning here in the USA, which said Biden just arrived in Kyiv. I followed up with another tweet a little before 4 a.m. stating that according to sources, 3 delegations, a delegation from Israel, the Italian prime minister, and Biden, this crowd arranged on purpose so nobody would think Biden was there. Yeah, speaking alongside Zelensky, Biden recalled the fears of nearly a year ago that the Russian invasion forces might quickly take the capital there. 1 year later, Kyiv stands, Biden says, jamming his finger for emphasis on the podium. And Ukraine stands, democracy stands, the Americans stand with you, and the world stands with you. A few of the comments from President Biden, of course, as we heard in the news break there, kicking the program off. He now has departed Ukraine. He is back in Poland here on a Tuesday, their time, that part of the world. Meanwhile, with the announcement of another $500 million in military aid to Ukraine, ironically, at the same time, Representative Ralph Norman, in an exclusive interview this week, stating that House Speaker Kevin McCarthy has set the gears in place for conservatives on the House Rules Committee to strip Ukraine assistance from being placed in any must-pass spending bills. They've been everything we've been passing. You have to have budgets, and a military budget or an environmental budget, but in case after case of things that we've got to pass this, let's sneak another couple $1 billion for Ukraine in there. Norman said that as conservatives have railed against the inclusion of Ukraine aid in must-pass spending bills, like the $1.7 trillion omnibus spending bill and the stopgap spending bill, otherwise known as the continuing resolution. Now, asked if House conservatives on the Rules Committee would move to strip Ukraine aid from must-pass spending bills, Norman said, we're going to make sure it happens. If it's spending American dollars, then each representative's going to have to take a vote on it. We're simply not going to let them bundle this stuff up on something completely off the radar, having anything to do with where the money's going. Because really, there is no accountability with all this U.S. aid going to Ukraine. Now, he did credit Speaker McCarthy for working with conservatives to have them on some of the more influential committees like the House Rules. McCarthy has set the gears in motion to make that happen with us being on the Rules Committee. We will not grant a blank check to Ukraine. So that hasn't happened yet, but there you go. Surprise, surprise, right? Meanwhile, folks in East Palestine, Ohio, say maybe we should start calling our community Kyiv so we might get some actual attention from the U.S. government, because we still haven't seen anybody there. We've got a lot to cover here. As we close out a Monday, we'll make our way into a Tuesday from time zone to time zone across the country. Great to have you on board. Our number, as always, 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS, or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, good morning to Philly Dan out of the box here. Philly Dan says prayers for Turkey and Syria. Another large quake rocking that region this past day. 6.4, I believe, is what it's been designated as. 6.4 right on the heels of the massive 7.8 and 7.5. I have not seen an updated death toll. I mean, but the 6.4 at this point, there's a mere 3 additional casualties. I'm assuming that number could maybe grow, but I guess most of the buildings that were going to crumble and come down, crashing down like they did with that major 7.8, most of them are already down, right? Good afternoon, hammer down, says Larry. We've got 46 degrees in Fishkill, New York. Good morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive listeners. Joe checks in with a nice 48 degrees in Winchester, Virginia. Everybody have a good night. All right, hello to Marianne, on board with the Overnight family. Shorty, back in the saddle again, as the old song goes. Hello to Debbie. We're talking 2 to 6 inches of snow in the valleys, 1 or 2 feet over the passes, 40, 50-mile-an-hour winds, whiteout conditions over the next 48 hours. Of course, Debbie is in Montana, yes, where they're going to get hit hard with this big storm. Morning to Pappy, 43 degrees in Harrison, Ohio. Hammer down, all you nocturnal listeners. Let it roll. Rockpick is on board in Rochester, New York. 29 degrees, watching via the Facebook feed. Everybody stay safe. Enjoy. Hello to Sylvester, where it is 32 degrees Celsius. That sounds cold, right? Well, no. 32 Celsius is 90 degrees Fahrenheit. Here in West Gosford, New South Wales, eagerly awaiting the show. There you go, a 90-degree day in the land down under. Hello to James. Morning, Steve. 65 in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Everybody drive safe. Have a good show. Thank you much. 5-7, copy the mail. Dipsy Driver on board. Morning, Steve, and the most informed audience out there. It's a chilly 32 here in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan. It's great to talk with you on your Monday morning show. Anybody listening that hasn't called in, Steve's very easy to talk to. Anyway, have another great show as always. There you go. Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia with 61 degrees. I got back from my friend's funeral this evening. Met my brother and oldest of my 2 sisters who had driven down from our hometown where my friend and his family lived for many years. Before the ceremony, we had lunch. It's a good service, military honors. He had served in the Air Force. He will be missed. Just checking in. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. There's Gilligan. Morning, Steve, and the fellow listeners. Clear, warm at the airport in Roanoke, Virginia. 55 degrees. Everybody keep it shiny side up. There's the Michigan Madman. Wow, what a hell of a night of racing. I elected to start 32nd after qualifying 24th, finishing 10th. After 150 laps of intense racing, I'm very happy with my finish. And Ty was also trying to race with us, but couldn't get back from Daytona in time. He finished 6th in the Craftsman truck race there on Friday night. Pretty pumped up. Having a little shot of bourbon to celebrate the final race of the Winter Heat Pro Late Model Racing season. Way to go, Michigan Madman. There's the Mercury Man with 67 degrees in Yazoo City, Mississippi. All right, there you go. Meanwhile, in the state of Ohio, on the heels of the train derailment and the toxic, ongoing, unfolding incident there in East Palestine. Not a whole lot of details at this point, but up in the Cleveland area, about 14 miles from downtown Cleveland, more than a dozen people injured following an explosion Monday afternoon at a metal manufacturing plant, Bedford, Ohio. According to the report from Fox 3, the local Fox affiliate, a significant blast has taken place at the metal factory. Emergency service requested several helicopters to be deployed, and a majority of the local fire departments in that area were on the scene. Believed to have potentially resulted in multiple casualties, according to some of the initial reports. The updated story later said a minimum of 14 individuals had been hospitalized, with one of those in critical condition. So I guess at least at this point, no confirmed casualties. But video footage taken from the nearby highway showing the thick black smoke billowing into the sky there. Investigation ongoing. What caused the explosion? But this, as the state of Ohio grapples with the aftermath of the train derailment 2 weeks ago, which that's about 70 miles southeast of Bedford, Ohio. News break on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. We're learning more about President Biden's long, complicated, and dangerous trip to Ukraine.
The two reporters who accompanied the president for the entire trip say it began very early Sunday morning with a quiet, small motorcade to Joint Base Andrews. Then the party boarded a smaller 757-sized plane dubbed SAM 060. After a refueling stop in Germany and a 1-hour flight to a Polish base, the president and his people took a 10-hour overnight train ride to Kyiv. U.S. fighter jets were overhead until the train entered Ukraine. Biden is now the first U.S. president to enter a war zone with no active U.S. military protection. I'm Richard Johnson.
A suspect has been arrested now in connection with the murder of a beloved Los Angeles area archbishop. 65-year-old Carlos Medina was taken into custody this morning about 20 miles north of L.A. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Remember customer service? Yeah, it's almost a lost art. Almost, because actually Medi-Share is nailing it when it comes to caring for their members. No wonder Medi-Share gets double the satisfaction rating compared to health insurance. Imagine, you get to talk to actual people, and they're for you.
Well, we're all here for the same thing. We want what's best for the members.
How am I going to help this member today that has come across my desk? How am I going to make sure that what they need is what they get, and as fast as possible?
So yeah, you'll love the savings with Medi-Share. There's no doubt about that. But the way you're treated is just plain refreshing.
To be able to pray with them before actually disconnecting that call, you just get goosebumps. And you know it's God, just leading you to that person.
So you can save a lot, but as always, it's people who make the difference. Call now. They are great to talk to. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Alrighty, 844-844-3388. Out of the box here on a Tuesday in the Eastern Time Zone. Bargain Hunter, what's happening? How's your week starting out?
Oh, not too bad there, Steve. It's, your show is what I appreciate because what I got to say, I don't think any other show will kind of let me ramble on and get on my soapbox. I appreciate listening to your show and you giving drivers time to talk about what, in the news and stuff like that.
Sure.
But I want to get on with this Ukraine stuff that has me irritated so bad. First of all, I'm thinking to myself, Hunter Biden, didn't he work over in Ukraine?
Absolutely, yes. Yeah, he was on the board. He was on the board of Burisma there. Absolutely.
Right. If this isn't some of the most corrupt stuff, I just can't see it. It's like, you're going to brag that this president, if you want to, he is our president, so I'm going to respect the office. But you're going to brag because he was the first president that ever went into a war zone that doesn't have a U.S. troop. It's like he doesn't even care about this country or what's happening over here. He's given away so much of our money that exactly what your news is even saying. Congress hasn't even allocated these funds, and he keeps going and giving all this money away. To me, there's just something going on for him to go over there the way he did, and it's corrupt. I almost want to guess that they want to put a military base there because there's really no base except, from what I understand, it's probably you got Sigonella, Italy, Sigonella, Sicily, you got Germany, but there's really no military base that close to Russia. And that's between Hunter Biden and whatever else is corrupt going on over there. I just can't see why he would even want to go over there. So that part just has me I just can't understand it.
You can't help. I'm quite honestly, you can't help but wonder, what benefit, what possible, what comes good of the visit. I mean, aside from maybe just reinforcing our support for Ukraine, but I mean that's obviously with the amount of weapons and money that we've allocated already. I mean, obviously we've been standing with them for the entire year now. But yeah, in the back of your mind, I'm thinking, this whole money laundering scheme, whatever came of the investigation into the collapse of FTX and the fact that Ukraine was investing tons of money into FTX, money that probably we had sent them. Is it a money laundering? I mean, we have questions. I'm with you on that.
Right. That's where I'm at there. It's where they've already said it. They laundry money with the crypto coins, and nobody knows where all this money's being accounted for, and they just keep throwing it out there.
Yep.
And it's just, there's something there that we'll never find out because it's all hush-hush. And it's just like, why is it, to me, how did Russia not, for them to give them 2 hours notice and say, okay, the president's going to be there, you better not do anything. It's like, to me, the UN is who needs to be there to visit them, not our president. We support the UN, all our money goes there, and then everybody should be in there supporting Ukraine. I mean, don't get me wrong. And if I'm not mistaken, either last week or the week before, Biden went on the news and said that he's going to give a check. They're going to give enough money to start giving money to every citizen there so they can have some money in their pocket. And I'm like, when is it our responsibility? We got homeless people and we got people that can't even pay their rent, but you're about to go give all this money to all these citizens so they can have money in their pocket. That's not our job right there, is to give money to everybody in Ukraine. And that part is just like, it's getting more and more frustrating every time I hear something about it.
No.
And then, are you still there, Steve?
Oh yeah, I'm with you.
Okay. So that's the end of that one. Okay. And now, because I don't even want to talk about them no more. Okay, so I'm going to admit, I'm not a NASCAR fan, but I did watch the NASCAR race, a little bit of it. I think it was like 86 laps. And I said, let me tune into this. And like I said, I couldn't even tell you actually about 90% of the names I didn't even recognize.
Right.
But I'm sitting here watching this race, and I'm like, okay, it's going, and all of a sudden, there's all these wrecks towards the end. And then I see something called NASCAR Overtime. I'm like, when the heck did this start? So I'm like, okay, so now we got NASCAR Overtime. And I'm like, I understand. I start watching a little bit of it, and I understood they don't want to finish under caution. But there was like 2 laps to go, and they wrecked. And then they started doing all these laps and all this other stuff. Then they got down to the last 2 laps again. And I can't tell you numbers or names or anything like that, but I did see the Bass Pro car. He wrecked, and he caused all this wreck, and there's only 3 cars left in the front. And I thought, like I said, I don't know the numbers and stuff, but it was the yellow car. I thought the yellow car was leading. And then next thing you know, they called the race and gave it to that other guy. So I was wondering,
Right, yep.
You're pretty much of a NASCAR. Can you kind of explain that a little bit?
What they mean by overtime is it was a 500-mile race, however many laps it took to make the 500 miles. They had completed that, but with the crash there, with less than 3 laps to go. So then they go to what they call a green, white, checkered. The green flag comes out. You race a lap, then you get the white flag if there's not a wreck, and that's what happened. They had the wreck before the white flag came out, so they regroup again and then do another green, white, checkered. I guess was it the second green, white, checkered, where second or third, where the white flag did come out, and then they started wrecking again. And yeah, when the wreck started, Joey Logano, the yellow car, was actually leading, but the caution didn't come out until. What's his name? Ricky Stenhouse, had passed. He was now in front of Joey Logano, so he gets the win because they kind of freeze the field wherever all the cars are on the track when the caution came out on that final lap. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, because I remember hearing somebody over the mic saying, well, if this was, I think he said 2014, we would have won by now or something like that.
Yeah. Yep.
That was over some mic. Like I said, I don't watch NASCAR that often, and I've heard that the rules change so much. I'm like, this is the longest 2 laps I've ever seen in my life.
Right.
Okay. Well, have a good week, Steve, and love your show, and I appreciate you letting me get on my soapbox.
All right. Hey, that's what we're here for. Thank you for listening in. And yeah, I'd have to go back. Is that when the whole green-white checker, the overtime started back in 2014? That may be right, because that that changed the whole narrative of the end of the races. All right, 844-3388. Taking a look out west, for those of you that are going to be moving freight out west, there are going to be plenty of disruptions out there over the next couple of days. Of course, even in places where you may not be receiving snow, the winds, I mean, gusts approaching, in some cases, 80 miles per hour. If you're going to be hauling empty trailers or lightly loaded trailers, the blowover in the crosswinds, undoubtedly, we're going to see the possibility of this over a very broad area of the West. So we've got the winter storm warnings in place across the Pacific Northwest, parts of the Rockies as of Monday. The winter storm watch is extending all the way down through Wyoming, from Wyoming to western Wisconsin. Now, nature's going to really start to give the West hints of what's to come when you notice the temperatures begin dropping today through the day Tuesday, starting in the Northwest, Washington, Oregon, Idaho, Montana. Another storm will follow closely behind this first clipper, arriving in full force later today in the Northwest. All eyes are going to be on this segment as it's going to track southward and intensify, bringing colder temperatures, snow, and gusty winds all the way down to the Four Corners region. The winds, as I mentioned, are going to develop across locations like Marias Pass, Livingston, Montana, southeast Wyoming, parts of the Front Range, gusts as high as 80 miles per hour. By Tuesday night into Wednesday, the winds will shift southward, impacting many of the high deserts and mountainous regions from New Mexico through Arizona and even Southern California. San Diego may have gusts in the 50-mile-per-hour range. Forecasters warn that these winds Monday into Tuesday obviously travel slowdowns along some of our major interstates, 25, 70, and 80 in Wyoming, Utah, Colorado. The strongest winds will occur in portions of New Mexico and Arizona, where gusts near 100 miles per hour are possible. As the gusty winds expand southward from Montana to Colorado, those blustery conditions, accompanied by periods of snow across the ranges of the northern Rockies and eventually the Colorado Rockies. Now, several areas had already recorded 7 or more inches of snow as of Monday afternoon. Battle Lake, Gillette, Wyoming, to the north in Montana, 5 inches already on the ground as of Monday afternoon. In Salt Lake City, rain showers are expected to shift over to snow through the day today. Overnight Tuesday, conditions will transition to periods of snow persisting through Wednesday. They're talking 6 to 10 inches there. As the storm plunges into the southwest later today into Wednesday, a big temperature shift. Temperature readings are going to drop quickly. I mean, we're going to watch temperatures fall 20 to 40 degrees in a mere 24-hour period. Higher elevations of the Cascade Range, Northern Rockies, Colorado Rockies, maybe a couple feet of snow possible. Could see some areas approaching maybe 60 inches of snow. And that continues to spread southward along the Sierra Nevada as well as the mountains in Arizona and New Mexico through Wednesday night. In Arizona, the highest snowfall will be 6 to 12 inches. The White Mountains, the Mogollon Rim, The highest peaks of the Sierra Nevada ranging from 6 to 12 inches from Tuesday to Wednesday. Even in Southern California, Wednesday to Thursday, snow levels may dip close to 1,500 feet around San Francisco. Now, man, that's way down there. That means not only may some of the hills in the region receive some snow, but snow could make an appearance in some of the lower elevations. All right, a period of heavy snow might end the week. Several inches over the Grapevine, the ridges and peaks. Yeah, that could cause Interstate 5 to close for a period of time there in the higher elevations there. But this is going to be a big, big travel impactor, especially for our friends out west. Hillbilly, got you coming up here, and we'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, I hope your week's off to a good start here. Let's get to Hillbilly. What's going on this morning?
Good morning, Steve. Starting to get foggy in Ohio going up to Columbus. That's for sure. Talk about these Palatine train wreck. Did you see that video they showed a surveillance camera of that rail car sparking there in Selma, Ohio?
I did not catch that, no.
Now, that was on, I think, Channel 19 in Cincinnati News. I watched it last night. What they call that is a hot box, and they're supposed to have detectors pick that up and alert the train and stop it because it needs repaired.
Mm-hmm.
I know CSX used to have signs there at all their crossings. If you see one, they had a number for you to call, and you can call it in, and you actually get a $25 reward for calling it in. But that's prevent a derailment like we've seen up there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, up there in Bedford, Ohio, was that a steel factory or was it an actual steel mill that they melted the steel?
All I know is it said a metal manufacturing facility, whatever that would be.
Well, they actually melted the steel. Possible what could happen if they had a water leak or something in one of the pods. Water on top of melted steel, it just evaporates, no big deal. But if it happens to get underneath there and you melt the steel on top of it, it causes a major explosion. I've been in steel mills when I flatbed when they had one of them, and it's scary. It would rock the building.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just my experiences from that. President Biden, I do give him kudos for going over there. I think they need to stop sending money or I think they start taking care of infrastructure and people here first before they start worrying about all them, like that one caller said. I mean, we all support them, but when's enough's enough? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I mean, good Lord. But it's just, it just seemed like we're giving them a blank check, and we're pretty well hurting our
And
financial
yeah,
budget
and
right
like
now
that,
already.
that's what the likes, several in the House. Marjorie Taylor Greene, one of the most vocal about it. So we want accountability. We have no accountability for where all these funds are actually going.
Right. I mean, it just, I support them and I wish them well, but when we're going to start taking care of our own too, it's the same type of notion.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just what I feel about that. So, I know I didn't call last night, but did you have a good weekend?
Yes, had a good short weekend. Actually, first grandson, birthday over the weekend. He turned 11. Went to one of those trampoline, rock and jump places, trampoline, dodgeball. So, that was fun Saturday afternoon.
It sounds fun. Making me feel old, 'cause I remember when your kids were teenagers. At the truck show, and
All right.
your daughter I met you and shake your hand, and your daughter had her hand out and said, Daddy, can I have some money? I'm thinking, that sounds familiar.
Yep. Now those little kids are in their 30s, got the grandkids, and I guess I didn't mention last evening, but my son, young Stephen, actually, they had there was like an awards banquet for the police department thing, and they had no idea, but he and Lauren were in attendance there, and he received the police officer of the year for his department honor, recognized over the weekend. So that was pretty cool. Yeah.
That is cool. Congratulations to him. I honor his military service he did, and honor him being in the police force too, 'cause that's not an easy job nowadays.
Right.
So, but Steve, I'll let somebody else get on here, and you have a good night.
Thanks for checking in, Hillbilly. There you go. Let me see. It looks like, let me see here. Hang on, senor. I clicked the wrong button. I want to get to Ron because, speaking of, I didn't mention it last evening. Yeah, how about that, young Steven? Hey, Ron.
Isn't that unbelievable? I got misty. I got misty. I told Lauren when she texted me and she goes, Dad, oh my God, you got Officer of the Year. And I actually got misty, Steve.
Yeah.
That was really unbelievable, man. 13 officers that work with him nominated him. I talked to him tonight. Isn't that cool?
Yeah. And I'm not sure they're a pretty decent sized department, but yeah, that's what he said. Somewhere between 12 and 14 actually nominated him for the honor, which, how cool is that?
Oh my God, man. That is so awesome. I have so much respect for my son-in-law. That is so cool.
And then, of course,
He
I
is
guess,
such a good kid.
during the presentation, which we didn't get to be there, of course, but we got to see the video. Of course, they
Right.
made the announcement about, he'll be doing the K-9 thing. And I think Stephen said
he's the canine officer for Delhi, man.
got a brand new cruiser that's ready to go. And I guess he got to actually select the kennel he wanted for his K-9 a week or two ago. And
Yep.
it's kind of his dream. And memory, he went to Germany, and while
Do you
he was
remember
there,
him? But you remember that's what he always wanted, Steve.
Exactly.
He always wanted to be a canine officer.
And when he was on the ground there in Afghanistan, they had the German shepherds or the dogs they worked with, and he loved working with the dogs there. And of course, he brought Layla. He brought Layla. He brought a German shepherd back from Germany. But
Yeah, my daughter was snuck in over to the barracks and couldn't drive their car. She was the only one that could drive a goddamn stick. Oh, excuse my language on that one. But I'm serious. She was the only one that could drive a stick. Isn't that funny?
Right.
Oh, my God, we were talking about that like 10 years ago. That's funny as hell. But, yeah, I am so proud of him. I could not believe he got it. I called him tonight. He was on a run, and he said, Ron, I am just floored. I don't know what to say. I said, just keep doing what you're doing, Stephen. He loves what he does. I remember looking at him a couple months ago. Now, everybody that's listening, I am Lauren's dad. So I am, he is married to Stephen's son, or Steve's son.
Right.
So I was sitting there with Aubrey, our granddaughter, and I was looking at Lauren. She goes, "He loves what he does, Dad. He loves what he does. Every day he goes to work and he loves what he does." Yeah. I'm like, that's kind of crazy. That's kind of nuts.
He loves what he does, but and you know what? We all worry about him, you know, and you hear some
Every
of the
night.
experiences he's had out there, and he has some close calls, but all right. Well, I'm up to my news break here, so good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in, Ron. Yeah, congratulations to my boy. How proud can a parent be? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Ryan Daniels. It was an historic, meticulously planned, and unannounced visit to offer support to Ukraine earlier today.
Just days ahead of the one-year anniversary of the Russian invasion, President Biden spent about 5 hours in Kyiv meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky.
Thank you for your leadership. Thanks, bipartisan support. Thanks, Congress. I think that is a historical moment for our country.
Biden pledged America's unwavering support and also announced an additional $500 million in aid for Ukraine.
Correspondent John Schaefer. The White House says the visit was planned for months and involved a small number of officials from the National Security Council, the Pentagon Secret Service, and White House Military Office, and the president on a 10-hour overnight train ride into the war zone. Residents in East Palestine, Ohio, are complaining of symptoms that may be tied to a toxic train derailment. Some say they've developed rashes, sore throats, headaches. Medical experts from the Department of Health and Human Services will begin arriving next week to set up a clinic. A suspect is now in custody following the murder of a much-loved Catholic archbishop in the Los Angeles area. 65-year-old Carlos Medina was taken into custody early today. This neighbor says he would have never assumed there was a murder at the bishop's home.
Either he's not home or did he go somewhere? But we never thought that someone would come in here and kill the bishop.
Archbishop David O'Connell was found shot to death in his bedroom. The LA County Sheriff said Medina's wife had worked as O'Connell's housekeeper. A major winter storm will impact millions of Americans this week. It's expected to begin in the Northwest tomorrow and head east as the week progresses on. Major cities in the Midwest and East Coast like Chicago, Detroit, Buffalo, and Boston are expected to get sleet and freezing rain. Some areas are projected to receive up to 2 feet of snow through Friday. This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
One person is reported in critical condition and nearly a dozen others injured after an explosion at a metal factory in Ohio. It happened earlier today near Oakwood at the I. Schumann & Company building. Several people are said to have burn injuries. The bulk of the fire has been put out. Debris was scattered around the area. No word yet on what caused the fire. An Ohio law firm has started a class action lawsuit following that train derailment.
Some residents of East Palestine, Ohio, are suing Norfolk Southern Railroad after a train derailment and toxic chemical fire. A Cincinnati-based law firm is hoping more people will join the class action suit. Many residents have been complaining about health issues they believe are related to that train derailment and fire earlier this month. They say they've developed rashes, sore throats, headaches, and nausea. I'm John Schaefer.
A bipartisan group of lawmakers is currently visiting Taiwan. The congressional delegation, led by Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna of California, is meeting with semiconductor industry leaders and senior government officials, including Taiwanese President Tsai Ing-wen. They're looking to strengthen business ties between the U.S. and Taiwan. The trip comes during heightened tensions between the U.S. and China. Pink slips are flying at Ericsson. The Swedish telecom giant plans to cut 1,400 jobs as it looks to cut costs globally. This after months of negotiations between Ericsson and its employee union in Sweden. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, thank you much. Welcome back. Or if you just joined us, welcome aboard. We're closing out a Monday. We're closing out President's Day. Indeed. Yeah, oddly enough, I guess timing is everything. Rasmussen poll revealed on President's Day, no less. Revealing former President Donald Trump took the honors as both the best and worst president since the early 1990s, dating back to Bill Clinton's tenure in the White House, according to the report President's Day poll. 36% said Trump was the best commander-in-chief of the last 5 presidents in descending order. Joe Biden, Trump, Obama, George W. Bush, and Bill Clinton. Former President Barack Obama came in second at 30%. Same poll, however, found 41% saying Trump was the worst president of the last 30 years, followed closely by Joe Biden, at 39%. Now, this is a poll of 1,000 American adults over a 3-day period last week. Margin of error, plus or minus 3 percentage points. It's no surprise. You break it down on party lines, right? How divided this country is. In the best president category, George W. finished third with 9%. Clinton and Biden each tallied 8%. Also, 8% surveyed had no opinion of the best president. Now, in the worst president category, Obama took third place with 5%, Bush 4%, and Clinton 3% of the vote. The survey showed an obvious political divide. 62% of Republicans pegged Trump as the best president. Biden also finished with the highest disapproval among Republican voters at 64%. Obviously, looking at the Democrat-leaning surveyors, 52% tapped Obama as the best president. Biden collected 17% of support. Among the Democrats, 70% of Democrats dubbed Donald Trump as the worst president. Things you can't make up. Looking at some of the comments from the discussion board there via Facebook, and the question being asked, several have this morning suggested when is enough when it comes to support of Ukraine? The billions and billions that keep adding up. Sylvester said, when is enough? Well, when the Russians are defeated. We can have the Ukrainians fight the Russian military, or we will. It's the Chinese who we now have to worry about. If you look back at the opinions of the Republican Party from 1938 to 1940, I seriously hope we don't have to fight, but we will have to if we allow Ukraine to fall to the Russians. All right. I know it's not a popular opinion, but if people look at history, this is so close to what happened in that 1938 to 1941 time frame. Yeah, and I'll be honest, I'm not real up to speed with my history of that time frame, but all right, good morning to Timothy. Hi there. A Rick friend there in Columbus is on board, enjoying that first cup of Joe here this morning. Good to have you with us. Several folks chiming in. Congratulations to young Stephen. There you go. Yep. All right. Good to have you all on board. It is 844-844-3388. There we go. Good morning, Heat Wave.
Good morning, Senor. Hey, congratulations, Senor Stephen, for being number one in your group there.
Yeah.
Many happy returns to that position, bro. Okay. Yeah, I could see you grinning from ear to ear, and I'm not even looking on the Facebook. So I'm sure you are very, very proud of the young man.
Yes.
Well, let's see here. The weather, you were just talking about 100-mile-an-hour winds in Arizona and New Mexico?
That's what the forecasters are saying, yes.
Sheesh. Man, I wonder if they're going to allow us to go tomorrow. We take 40 going across to Barstow and 15 down, and hell, it even sounds like it's going to be just as bad down south on 10. So this is going to be interesting tomorrow, that's for sure. Last time I'd looked, they were talking about 60 plus. Well, I guess 100 is 60 plus. So that's, good Lord. Well, it is that time of year, too, where the winds start kicking. All righty. Update on Lady Heatwave. I posted on your fan page, but.
So what I saw that. What in the world is this? I mean, was it a Was she broadsided with a comment about having some sort of cancer?
Yes, we all were. I mean, it was like, where the hell did this come from? You know, she's not been diagnosed with cancer, but what they're doing is they're saying, well, this is a result of abdominal cancer causing you to have, being backed up. And she is not backed up. She's taking the medicines that they told her to take.
Yeah.
So, I mean, she's regular. I mean, this is something totally different. The doctors just do not, I don't know. They seem to have no empathy towards their patients. It's just mark them up with, mercurochrome, monkey blood, whatever, tell them you're good and send them out. In fact, it was her doctor at a hospital that apparently the ambulances don't run to that said, go ahead and go into the emergency room. I've got 3 or 4 snapshots of her blood pressure being in the high 180s. And then the low of being like 133 with beats per minute about 83 to 85. And for them to give her the paperwork saying, well, this is what to expect when you have abdominal cancer. I think somebody is about to find out that we're tired of being treated like animals out here. Hell, even the VA don't treat me like that, man. And I always say the VA has the best veterinarians the government can buy. But, I mean, they treat me with a hell of a lot more respect than what she gets and a lot of other people get at these hospitals, civilian hospitals.
So, I mean, my question is, was that a misquote or misdiagnosis, or does she have some sort of cancer? What's the deal?
We really don't know. I mean, I'm thinking it is a misdiagnosis. They must have looked on.
And yeah, that's what. Okay, yeah, you broke up for a minute there. You're out there in the middle of nowhere, but.
Well, I'm heading for the hacienda right now, so that was probably the dead zone I was worried about. But yeah, we really do not know. She has never been diagnosed as having cancer, for one. To put that down on a piece of paper, that's evidence for us. So when we talk to a lawyer that deals with medical issues and diagnoses, I think someone's about to get their butt chewed and ripped out royally, because when you give someone a piece of paper that says cancer, yet you don't treat the not even looking at it.
When you get a cancer diagnosis, I mean, they call you in because that is a very frightening thing. You sit down with the doctor and they discuss what type it is, and you go through your options of what potential treatments, radiation, chemo, how are we going to address it? You don't get blindsided with somebody just saying, "Oh, that's crazy."
They just stamped her with a check mark and sent her on her merry way. Still hurting, though the IV that they give her was morphine, and she's already on a morphine tablet. She's on a 75 microkilogram fentanyl patch. That's not doing anything. That morphine drip did not do anything. Yet the medicine they give her to knock down her blood pressure, that worked. But she was still in pain.
Mm-hmm.
And it was my understanding that if you say you're still in pain, where you're doubled over, they don't send you out in the cold. Well, this bunch did. So, yeah, there's going to be some stiff investigation, I hope, by a lawyer that we call up tomorrow and see if we can't get these people to fly right or pay out, one or the other, so we can actually find a doctor or doctors outside of this damn state that actually care for their patients. And it is a crying damn shame that this state does not have good quality doctors. the ones that are good and the ones that are quality, they're leaving the state to make more money elsewhere. So we're stuck with RNs, PAs, practitioners, or whatever they call them. Very few doctors. So yeah, I'm not happy. She obviously is not happy. They just took care of a symptom, but they didn't take care of what's causing her symptoms. So it is absolutely infuriating, to say the least. But we do appreciate the prayers and the support and the well wishes that we've received from the audience, Steve. And I've said before, this is a family, and like all families, we're going to have a few rough patches with a few people out there. But all in all, we look out and pray for each other, and we don't wish anything bad to happen to anyone else, drivers or family or anybody like that.
Sure.
It's greatly appreciated.
All right, we'll await a full update whenever you get some factual information, right? I can't imagine. All right, 844-3388. I've got an update on the explosion at the metal factory in Ohio. I guess so, one fatality now confirmed. But all right, give you all the latest just ahead. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
And here's what we have here. Oakwood Village, Ohio. One dead, more than a dozen injured. An explosion at the foundry there. Just after 2 o'clock Monday afternoon, crews responding to I. Schumann and Company. Reports of an explosion and subsequent fire that blew debris over neighboring businesses, streets, and vehicles. This business is a brass and bronze alloy manufacturer. The company did release a statement which simply says an explosion of unknown origin struck our Bedford, Ohio facility, resulting in injuries to employees and significant damage to the facility. Our efforts are focused on supporting the first responders who came on the scene quickly to help employees. Safety and health of employees are top priority. We're committed to ensuring they receive the medical care they need. We'll work alongside investigators in their search for answers. As part of our commitment to Northeast Ohio, we've been operating for more than 100 years. Our thoughts and prayers with our team members and their families at this difficult time. So at this point, not clear what caused the explosion. Witnesses tell local news there were two explosions. A small explosion happened first, and a second, stronger, at about 2:30 p.m. Authorities said there were multiple burn victims taken from inside the plant. One person life-flighted and flown to a hospital for treatment. More than a dozen were injured. One person, a 46-year-old man, has died from his injuries, according to the medical examiner's office. Oakwood Fire Department officials said the cause, obviously under investigation, but they called the facility a relatively safe plant. It's a foundry, so you're dealing with molten hot metal, and there's always an inherent danger. But the explosion so powerful that bricks from the building were thrown across the parking lot. The brick wall of the building was completely blown away. Bricks struck cars and nearby businesses. They flew across the street and in the blast, along with other debris like steel beams, rebar, and large metal pieces. One person who was on the scene eating lunch in his car across the street kind of disclaimed what it was like. I'm finishing my pork chop, cleaning out the interior, put the bag in. Next thing you know, it's boom. I mean, I look over and this incredible boom. I don't know how nothing actually hit me, but others kind of describing the scene. Power lines. I see a fire, power lines. I'm seeing a truck on fire with smoke. And all right. So at least one in critical condition, 13 others transported from the scene by ambulance and helicopter. And again, one fatality now. So, yeah, the Broadview Heights Fire Department said they had received reports of a kind of a burning oil smell in the area. Authorities say they believe that's likely from the site of the explosion. That odor may last for a while. Wadsworth police said residents there are experiencing a similar smell in that area as well. So northeast Ohio, about 80 miles from the East Palestine train derailment scene there. Yeah, Ohio just can't catch a break right now. All right, Gilligan, I do believe. Morning, Gilligan.
Good morning, Steve. Yeah, that's some sad state there. I want to say, me and my family said our prayers out to Heat Wave and his wife. We're going through some problems with our neighbors in really bad medical condition. An older couple that I've known several years. I know it's hard. In fact, the lady almost died a week ago yesterday. She hadn't been in the emergency room. They said they wouldn't have been able to restart her heart. That's how bad it was. I tell you, this deal with Joe Biden going to Ukraine, that's just nothing. And it's, like you say, like many have said, let's see where this money's going. Let's have some accountability. This is downright crazy. We know the links of the Biden family to Ukraine. It's blatantly obvious. I just don't get it. Why people cannot see that. Well, Steve, I sent you a story there earlier about a DUI crash. My daughter was one of the dispatchers on the call. And, Steve, this has got to be the biggest DA I think there is. He was driving drunk at a blood alcohol level of 0.24. He went to turn into his driveway in front of another car, a van, pickup. They T-boned him, unfortunately. One lady died on impact. The other one died in the medevac on the way to the hospital. Now, they've not drunk to that point. But while the emergency vehicles were there, the state police had not responded. his own house and got a beer.
Wow.
Started drinking it. He was drinking a beer when the state police showed up. And to add insult to that, now listen to this. He couldn't understand what the big deal because he killed 2 people. He hasn't had a driver's license they could find anywhere. Finally, they tracked down a suspended license from Ontario, Canada. Then you add in. Now, this is what'll get you. His wife's at the state police barracks asking when they're going to get the truck back. Now, what in the heck is in that pickup that they got to get back to begin with? They need to go through that thing with a fine-tooth comb. There's something in there, you know.
Wow.
I tell you what, I've heard some. I wouldn't believe this if my daughter wasn't there and witnessed some of it. You see what I mean? You know, that's just, it's crazy. Well, Steve, I got a question. Did you hear from Knuckle Buster last night? I know he emailed you. Did
Yeah,
you
he
call
did.
in?
He did call in there toward the tail end of the program, and he was kind of explaining that I guess it was first his grandson, I believe, that came down with the stomach bug and passed it on to Tennessee, and he was out there trying to do his job dealing with it last night.
I understand. Well, I was listening to the replay. I've got through the first 3 hours of last night, but I haven't listened to the last 2.
Yeah, he was on the very final hour there. All right, I got to get a news break.
USA News Update. Fox News host Tucker Carlson is being given access to a massive trove of surveillance footage from around the time of the U.S. Capitol riot. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy released 41,000 hours of footage from the Capitol to Carlson. McCarthy last month supported the idea of releasing more footage from the attacks to the public, accusing Democrats on the January 6th Select Committee of politicizing the incident in their investigation for their own benefit. Carlson has questioned the circumstances of the riot on his primetime show on several occasions. Tonight's Powerball drawing is up to an estimated $87 million after there was no grand prize winner on Saturday. Even more money is on the line tomorrow. That jackpot currently stands at $104 million. A major winter storm will be impacting millions of Americans this week. The storm is expected to begin in the northwest tomorrow and head east as the week progresses. Julio Flores, USA News.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-300-9ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration fragrance. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, nothing like the love of the grandkids. Bringing the bugs home from school, sharing it with the grandparents and mom and dad. We got Knucklebuster brought that up last evening. Came across the story this past day, and I thought, that's what Knucklebuster's dealing with. The dreaded stomach bug season is here and spreading fast. The numbers of norovirus cases rising steadily, kind of mirroring the outbreaks that they saw in the UK, according to reports. Norovirus cases, 66% higher than the average at this time of year in England. The biggest rise in confirmed cases are in people ages 65 and older, they say. Norovirus, thought to be the most common cause of acute gastroenteritis around the world. It spreads easily. We often hear about, they call them the barf boats, right? Somebody brings the norovirus on a cruise ship and everybody starts getting sick, right? So it's spread very easily from person to person, contaminated food and drink. But yes, it can make you miserable for days. On average, noroviruses cause 19 to 21 million cases of acute gastroenteritis in the U.S. every year. Sends nearly 500,000 people to the emergency room. But an uptick in cases recently started to appear here in the U.S. 17% of norovirus tests coming back positive, which is way more than at this point last season. It is characterized as intense, but usually brief, episodes of vomiting and diarrhea. It can include fever, chills, body aches. To prevent illness, wash your hands and wear a mask in public restrooms. Now, the illness spreads when traces of a sick person's feces or vomit contaminate food or surfaces that we touch and ends up in your mouth. So it can be transmitted through aerosols in the air. So if a person Vomits in the restroom, traces of that can linger in the air. So there you go. Wash your hands thoroughly. That's the recommendation, right? But yeah, it spreads pretty easy. With the kids back in school, the norovirus is inevitably going to rise. Children don't wash their hands regularly or as thoroughly as adults. Literally, if you have a little kid, he or she brings the norovirus home, everybody's going to get sick, she said. It's almost guaranteed. If you do, come down with it, stay hydrated. And when your appetite returns, start with bland foods, bananas, dry toast. Give children an oral rehydration like Pedialyte to replace their lost fluids and electrolytes. Avoid colas or sugary drinks. Avoid alcohol and caffeinated beverages, which can dehydrate you further. But there you go, that time of year, once again, the dreaded stomach bug. Dan checks in here. Morning, Dan. How we doing?
Good morning, Steve. Congratulations on your son, and compliment and also to his your daughter-in-law. I'm sure she's quite supportive of his career and proud of him.
Yes.
And that helps out quite a bit. And on the nice how many grandkids do you have now?
Three.
Three. Okay. Your daughter's got a boy, I think.
Right. That's the oldest grandson. That's Rowan. And then Stephen and Lauren have Avery and Aubrey.
Okay. Nothing like confusing it, huh? So,
right.
But anyway, congratulations. Glad you had a good time. I would classify Biden's trip to Kyiv as a publicity stunt. Like much that he does, I mean, what was the purpose of it?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Russia knew in advance that he was coming, so maybe he ought to go there more often. He could put an end to the hostilities. But, I mean, I think the thing that made me more not upset about it is because you stop and think, what the expense, first of all, the risk to everybody involved in getting him over there for this photo op. And then you add up to that the cost to the taxpayers they ship these limousines over, don't they? They got to ship them over so he's got a way to be around safely.
Yeah, I believe they have to fly, what do they call it, the Beast or whatever that they transport him in? I'm pretty sure they do.
Yeah, so they got to ship all these vehicles over there. They have to got whoever the railroad was, they certainly enjoyed it. Couldn't be Ukraine paying it because he's taking money over there. What bothers me, the whole thing bothers me, but the whole war, I don't want to be misleading or nebulous here, but he's making payments so people will have money in their pocket to the pensions. I mean, are you kidding me? When have we ever done this in another war? Or we're not really at war. We're made to believe that. We may soon be, the way things are going here, because it's draining this country. I'm not supportive of this. Number one, I think Zelensky just fired some of the top cabinet people because of theft or mismanagement, theft, whatever. 40% of the weapons, they're finding these weapons are being sold on the black market.
Now, that's what I keep hearing, yes.
Yeah, no, that's a documented fact. They're finding these weapons on the black market. And then you turn around and you look at what did we get at Afghanistan after 20 or 22
20 years, yeah.
And where are we at in Iraq? What have we done other than we've gone into these wars, and what was the purpose of all that? And in this case here, I believe it was, he should have been fired under Trump. But Milley, and one time I'd agree with that guy, he said the Joint Chief of Staff, they need to find a solution. And, you know, he was put down. Well, we keep bringing them more weapons. Well, who's going to rebuild? If he's got to take money to preserve, like today, social order in that country by making pension payments for Ukrainian people, and, well, I don't even think our own people get the pension payments like that. I mean, they're not going to have the money to rebuild their country.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's just, I feel, I don't know, I think American support for this is waning. I think people are getting tired of it, I would hope. Probably not those who are Democrats, but they hate all the other wars except when we get into this war. So by the way, prayers out to what's the gentleman from out west?
Heat Wave and his wife.
Heat Wave,
yes.
Heat Wave, yeah. Heat Wave's wife, that's really strange, saying she's got a cancer diagnosis, and she never had that. Of course, there could be telling I don't know where does he live in New Mexico?
Albuquerque, I believe, yes. The hacienda's in Albuquerque.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you haven't been there lately. I have, and doesn't seem like it's a medical backup or anything.
Okay. Yeah, I've never been in New Mexico, as a matter of fact.
I would almost call it a stepchild of Arizona. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I've been to Albuquerque, Las Cruces. Santa Fe is nice. It's an orangey type of community. You know, Chablis and Breeze crowd up there. But yeah, I mean that was nice up there. But it's kind of, I call it kind of scrubby, you know.
Okay.
But anyway, Steve, that plant that blew up that caused the life, what was that, a plant? Was that a what kind of plant was that?
They described it as a foundry. What was it? A brass and like what else was it? A foundry.
Well, they had something like that over on the Illinois side of the river, in outside St. Louis, and it was a freakish accident, but it blew up the whole plant. I mean, it leveled it, and I can't think of the name of it. And it doesn't take much when when you're making steel or whatever they do in there to cause an explosion like that. I'm surprised there's only one killed. You know, and with something, you know, beams flying around and bricks being blown out, you know. But anyway, well, I've enjoyed the show, and I'll be listening through the night.
Thank you for checking in there, Dan. It was brass and bronze. That was it, a brass and bronze alloy manufacturer there. All right, so going back to Hillbilly's call earlier. And actually, it was Daryl brought that up last evening. We were talking about what they call the hot wheel or the hot box on the trains that they used. The way he was describing his knowledge with the railroads, they used to have locations here and there, that were monitoring, looking to detect these sort of things. Update from East Palestine, Ohio. Newly released security footage depicting one of the train cars sparking in the wheel bearing and axle area about 20 miles before the train derailed. A former train engineer and employee for the company viewed the video, raising concerns about the security measures that were in place. National Transportation Safety Board acknowledged a security video that showed one of those trains' wheels on fire as it crossed the tracks. That was a telltale sign because there's so much pressure, so much on that bearing. It won't last long sparking that hot. Now, according to Dave Farwick, former Norfolk Southern engineer, he said the train failed to last very long, 20 miles down its track, derailing, catching fire. Of course, the fire that lasted for days. News outlets and nearby residents were able to capture the fire from over a mile away. However, once crews arrived on the scene, they were limited in their ability to attack the fire. Now, News Center 7 had reported previously the train cars were carrying toxic combustible chemicals that posed a public safety threat. Of course, we saw the evacuation notice, of course, as we all know the background there. While responders and officials were able to control the incident to prevent the worst outcome, catastrophic explosion, Farwick believed the safety measures in place should have prevented the disaster. They're called hot box detectors, laid along the train tracks to read the temperature of each rail car wheel as it passes. Now, these detectors are usually about 20 miles apart. It could vary depending on location. Once a detector is triggered, the alert would be instant, signifying that the conductor needs to stop the train. It's immediate. It'll say, hot box alert. It'll tell you automatically axle 131 west side. I mean, it's immediate, and you have to take action. National Transportation Safety Board stated the crew was shortly alerted before the derailment. Now, the maintenance people, they work that track. They walk it, they inspect the brakes, they inspect anything hanging, they inspect the journals, the bearings. They do a pre-brake test on it. You'll leave the terminal, and within 15 miles, you'll be going by something that is a hot box detector. A dragging equipment detector, another train. It's constant that when we leave the yard, there's someone there watching you go by. With all those safety precautions, how did this happen, he says. Although the derailment was a dangerous incident, he reassured that the rail industry is the safest way to transport large amounts of hazardous chemicals. I mean, it would take 300 trucks to move exactly what we did. Do you want 300 more trucks out there? Or do you want this to go on the rail line? All right, they did tell us the preliminary investigation report is slated to be released sometime maybe in the first week of March. Maybe get some further answers here in just a couple of weeks. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS, or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Coming up, we'll get to some of our industry headlines, what's going on via CDL Life this past day. Meanwhile, Eagle checks in here. Morning, Eagle. Are we back on the road again?
Yeah, I'm on the road. I told you I left Daytona this morning. I slept in the parking lot over across from the track last night. I fell asleep. I think you put me on the air. I fell asleep one time, but I'm back on the road, rolling back towards Texas now. I'm getting ready to take a couple of days off when I get back to Texas. You know something, Steve. Before I get to Joe Biden and some other things, I want to talk about the weather. I understand what they were saying on the weather report. It's supposed to be some bad weather coming into Chicago area, states up north, and it's hard to believe down in Texas where I live, and I was checking the weather headed back. It's supposed to be damn near 91, 92, 93 degrees down in Texas where I live. What'd you say?
Yes, I mean, it's going to be record highs in the southeast, yes.
Yeah, I couldn't believe that when I looked at my cell phone. I was checking the weather, and they talking about having snow and ice up north. That's the reason why I don't stay up north no more. That's why I don't stay in Chicago, Michigan, Buffalo, places like that. Like I say, down here in Texas, when people wearing shorts and tank tops and all that, and in February and March. So I'll stay in the South the rest of my life, whether it be Texas, Florida, Alabama. I don't care. It's going to be somewhere in the South the rest of my life. I guarantee you that, because I can't deal with that cold weather. Sometimes I have to go up there driving the truck, but I try to stay away from it as much as possible. But yeah, Steve, you may have to hold me over because I probably have to get to Biden after the break. But I want to talk about something in the police deal. I want to congratulate your son. Like we do. I'm glad we do have some good police officers out there, that people that's actually doing their job and doing it the right way. Like I said, hopefully I can be as proud of my son as one day as you are yours. But now, Steve, I want to say some things, man. It really disgusts me. I don't know if you've seen the news over the weekend. I think it happened last Thursday or Friday. The police officers, and it just goes you to show how much of a scumbag some of these lawyers are. Did you see those 5 officers? Can you believe, Steve, that they pleaded not guilty when they went in for their arraignment? Now, how the hell can these guys plead not guilty and they got it on video of these guys beating the hell out of a man? Can you explain that to me? How are these guys not guilty? I'm talking about this is what their lawyers said, that they're pleading a not guilty to the charges that were brought against them. Now, how the hell can they say something like that?
Yeah, that's obviously the lawyers tell them that they make the recommendations of how to plead. I guess their lawyers are working on trying to lay out some sort of a plan to try to defend them. But like you said, it's all on video. I mean, it's a no-brainer.
That's what I'm saying. It's disgusting. I would be embarrassed to even represent somebody. If I was a lawyer, I wouldn't even put my lawyer's title on the line like that. But I did overhear something, and this is even more disgusting about that. These officers actually had a nerve to say that they're being treated unfairly because they're black. They're saying that if it would have been a white officer that had beat up this man like they beat him, because see, these guys were fired on the spot, Steve. Normally, in some of these other instances over the years, it's taken a matter, a couple of months or whatever before these guys were fired or placed on office duty or whatever. These guys were immediately fired. And from what I'm understanding, some of the lawyers are trying to say it was racially motivated, that they were fired so suddenly, which is nothing but nothing but one big lie. Like I said before, these guys are guilty as hell, Steve. You got it on video. And like I said, it's an insult to the system of justice for these guys to go into a courtroom and plead not guilty to the charges that were brought against. It just disgusts me and make me sick. Now, here's another case that I've seen, Steve. You might want to see this video. It happened in Louisiana, I think it was last week. Okay, the police officer goes to this guy's house on a so-called warrant arrest. He opens the door up with a bottle of liquor in his hand. He has a bottle of liquor in his hand. Now, why would you open the door up with a liquor in your hand with the police banging on your door with an arrest warrant? Okay, he tells the police officers that he has to go in his room to get something. And meanwhile, he runs out of the room. There's a balcony on the backside of his house. He jumps off the balcony 2 floors down to the ground and takes off running. Okay, the police go after him. They're running all over the place looking for this guy. And one of the police officers finally confronts this guy and tells him to put up his hand. He apparently doesn't do that.
Mm-hmm. Oh. All right, we got to pause right there. Yeah, hold on. News break time on the overnight drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Julio Flores. A major winter storm will be impacting millions of Americans this week. The storm is expected to begin in the northwest today and head east as the week progresses. Heavy snow is likely to fall in the mountains of Montana, Idaho, and Wyoming. Forecasters say the system will strengthen by midweek as it moves southeast, affecting the Rocky Mountains to the Great Lakes region. Major cities in the Midwest and East Coast like Chicago, Detroit, Buffalo, and Boston are expected to get sleet and freezing rain. Some areas are projected to receive up to 2 feet of snow through Friday. A top Republican is praising President Biden's surprise visit to war-torn Ukraine. Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina said he was very pleased Biden made the trip to Kyiv to meet with Ukrainian President Zelensky as Russia's invasion of the country continues. He said it was the right signal to send at the right time. The praise from Graham comes as other Republicans have criticized Biden's visit. Republicans such as Representatives Matt Gaetz and Marjorie Taylor Greene, as well as Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, criticized Biden for dodging problems back in the U.S. while making a trip overseas. More than a dozen people have been hospitalized after an explosion at a metal factory in Ohio. It happened Monday near Oakwood at the I. Schumann & Company building. Officials say at least one person is in critical condition. Several people are said to have burn injuries. The bulk of the fire has been put out, but debris was scattered around the area. Funeral costs for the victims of the mass shooting at Michigan State University will be covered by the school. Officials say they will use money donated to the Spartan Fund in the wake of shooting to help families pay for funeral and hospital expenses. This comes after 3 students were killed and 5 more were injured when a gunman opened fire on campus last week. Approximately $250,000 have been donated to the Spartan Fund. The money will also be used to provide support for those described as most critically impacted and pay for counseling for students and staff. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Residents in East Palestine, Ohio, are complaining of symptoms that may be tied to a toxic train derailment. Earlier this month, a train carrying toxic chemicals derailed in the eastern Ohio town, causing a massive fire and prompting evacuations. Members of the community were allowed to return a week later, and some say they have developed rashes, sore throats, headaches, and nausea. Ohio Governor Mike DeWine says air and water quality testing show no signs of contaminants in East Palestine. Medical experts from the Department of Health and Human Services are launching a clinic on Tuesday. A first-generation iPhone brought in big bucks at an auction.
The iPhone, still sealed in its original box, went for more than $63,000 at auction over the weekend. The phone's original owner said she never opened it because she received it as a gift and had already just purchased a new phone. There have been reports of other first-generation iPhones going for about $35,000 at other auctions. By the way, that 8-gigabyte phone originally sold for between $500 and $600 when new in 2007. I'm John Schaefer.
Officials say at least 3 people are dead after a 6.4 magnitude earthquake hit near the Turkey-Syria border. On Monday, more than 200 people are injured. This comes after the 2 countries were devastated by massive earthquakes that killed tens of thousands. The new earthquake hit the southern part of Turkey. The U.S. Geological Survey said the quake struck at a depth of around 6.2 miles. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices. Visit omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another hour just like that as we roll into a Tuesday, 21st day of February. Hope your week's off to a good start there. Yes, indeed. Surely by now you should know, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing boats, collector cars, generators, your lawn equipment, anything that's going to be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil Storage keeps gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system. So make sure you store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. All right, industry headline, CDL life, a crash between a semi and an ambulance was blamed on a box truck in Kentucky Monday. According to Lex 18 News, an ambulance was transporting a patient with its lights activated and sirens blaring when a UPS tractor trailer slammed into it at the Georgetown Road and Citation Boulevard intersection. One EMT sustained minor injuries in the crash. The patient was transferred to another vehicle for transport to University of Kentucky Hospital. When questioned by police, the UPS driver told officers his view was blocked by a box truck, which led to the crash with the ambulance. Obviously, crews worked to clear the scene, investigate the accident. Not clear if the truck driver was cited for the incident. And a story from a couple weeks ago, police still searching for the truck driver that was involved in a road rage shooting with a tow truck driver. Earlier this month, back on February the 8th in San Antonio, Texas, the truck driver shot the tow truck driver 3 times and then drove off. According to KSAT, police have now determined the truck driver was in a yellow semi-truck with either yellow or orange chicken lights. Anyone with knowledge urged to call Crime Stoppers. Tips can also be texted to crimes 274-637 or by visiting the Crime Stoppers website. There is a $5,000 reward for information that leads to arrest in that particular case. But road rage out there. All right, let me get back to Eagle. Let him finish up here. Yes, thanks for hanging in there. All right, so we were on the case of the individual that jumped out off the balcony, and he's running from police now, so they catch up with him and order him to do what?
Yeah, Steve. Okay, yeah, I want to finish that story, and then I'll get on to Joe Biden. Okay, he jumps off the balcony, takes off running. This guy has a warrant for his arrest. They don't say what the warrant is for. Okay, he's running. They chasing him all through the neighborhood, and somehow they catch up to him. And the guy, the police officer tells him to stop, freeze, and he decides that he doesn't want to do that. The officer shoots the man. I don't know how many times he shoots him. The man dies, and now the family is in outrage. They saying that the officer shot him for no reason. They shouldn't have shot the man. But let me ask you, I like to ask this family this question, Steve. Why couldn't the man have just turned himself in when the officers knocked on the door? And why couldn't he have just put his hands up right there? And he could have been placed in handcuffs, taken to jail or whatever, and everything would have been okay. He'd be alive right now. But how many times have we seen these individuals take off running? Only bad things happen when you run from the police, Steve. You know that. I know that. And a lot of other people know that. If the man would have done what he was supposed to do, and let the officer take him on in when he knocked on the door, the man would be alive right now. Now his family is in outrage. They feel like the man's rights were violated by him being killed, and they're not looking at the total picture of the whole story. So my advice to all these people out there is stop running from the police, because you only asking for trouble when you run. Only bad things happen to you when you run from the police. You can look at the man over there in Memphis. They would go kill him anyway, as far as I'm concerned, but it didn't help the fact that he was running. Now, let's move on to Joe Biden, Steve. I just want to say this to anybody out there, especially the people in Ohio that haven't been listening to me for the last 2 years. If you don't know by now that Joe Biden doesn't care about you and your family, you never will know. Because, see, guess what Joe Biden is right now, Steve? And I'm starting to count down the same way I did with Joe Biden going down to the U.S. border. I'm going to start a countdown on when somebody that represents the Biden administration is going to show up in Palestine, Ohio, to help those people out. Let's keep that countdown going, because I got a feeling it's going to last a long time. Because, see, Joe Biden's over in Ukraine right now. Seems like Joe Biden's priorities are more with another country, Steve, than it is with his own people. And I'm going to continue to say that because I got facts to back up what I'm saying. And like I say, all I can say to Joe Biden, keep doing what you're doing, my man, because you give me plenty to talk about on a nightly basis by showing your stupidity. Because, Joe Biden has no business over there in Ukraine right now. First of all, it's a safety issue. He's going into a war zone with no kind of backup or nothing. And that just shows you how stupid the guy is right there. They could have easily took Joe Biden out if they wanted to, but they didn't. So here's how it goes, Steve. The guy that's in the Buttigieg, whatever his name is, the guy that's in part of the transportation department, this deal happened over a week ago, still hasn't showed up in town. Other people that represent the Biden administration still hasn't showed up in town. And these people are suffering. And you on your break, it's people are talking about they got sore throats. People are talking about they have the watery eyes. This is a devastating effect, and this is gonna affect generations of those people in that city and town. And I'll tell you, and I'll put it to you this way, Steve. If I lived in that town, you best believe I get my part of the money. I would sue that train company for every dime that I could get from those losers for ruining my life and my family's life. Because it makes absolutely no sense for those people to be treated like that in your own damn country with your own administration turning their back on you. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Yeah, even here in the state of Ohio, the Attorney General, Dave Yost, yesterday, residents in East Palestine, you probably need to talk to a lawyer. Yeah, talk to a lawyer before you sign any documents or before you take any compensation from Norfolk Southern Railroad. Yeah, I don't have access to the Norfolk Southern financial ledgers to see if the money's flowing or not. I do know that there were offers of that or reports of that, Yost said. My advice to anyone in the area, don't sign anything unless you're convinced you understand it. If you have questions, ask the questions. Get the answers in writing. I guarantee you that the people that are asking you to sign a paper have a lawyer. Make sure you know what's going on. Talk to a lawyer. If I was in the area, I don't think I'd sign anything, he says. Now, Cleveland Television, WOIO, reporting that Norfolk Southern was offering residents $1,000 each in compensation if they would sign an agreement not to sue the company in the future. It's like, whoa, hold on a minute here. We have some clients from the East Palestine area affected by the accident being approached by Norfolk Southern with $1,000 checks for an inconvenience fee. According to Michael O'Shea from the Lipson O'Shea Legal Group, representing residents in a lawsuit against the railroad, he says, we think this is a sly way of getting these poor people to waive any future claims against the railroad. Now, he came up with his own agreement for the residents to sign with the railroad company, acknowledging the compensation offer is only for immediate help. This is designed to provide immediate help to residents that were affected by the derailment, the evacuation, accepting money from Norfolk Southern as a reimbursement for expenses incurred during that evacuation order or the inconvenience payments for those that were ordered to evacuate. It is not a settlement of any future claim against Norfolk Southern. Again, Ohio's Attorney General said that money is the best resource that can be provided to about 5,000 residents, many of whom are living paycheck to paycheck, and they were disrupted by the derailment. But the issue at the moment, money, people had their lives disrupted. If you're going from paycheck to paycheck and you lost several days of work because of this, you're probably having some bills come in that you're not sure how you're going to pay. But you don't sign anything. You imagine signing for $1,000 and later you could be offered a substantial sum in return, or you may incur, who knows what, tens of thousands of dollars worth of medical costs and things of that nature if you become ill due to the chemicals that were released there. All right, 844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, who we got next up on the line? I believe Carl checks in this morning. Morning, Carl. What's happening?
Yes, thank you very much for taking my call. Appreciate your son there. Congratulations to him. And I've got a few things I'd like to say about the Ohio disasters. This thing at Oakwood Village, that's up around Cleveland, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. And that deal with East Palestine over there, which is shocking how this government is handling this. You remember these trains used to have caboose on there, and they were loaded up with men to handle safety issues such as brakes and other safety issues with hazmat materials and all of that, and mechanical issues that happen to the track and all that, but they no longer have the caboose, and that is a big deal because this bearing on this wheel here apparently had some sparks flying.
Correct.
That they saw some video of that, and that is obvious, and so this could have been handled a lot better from the get-go, because you only have the conductor in the front part of the train up there, and I think he's got a co-pilot up there. I don't know what they call him, but it's a couple of men, and that's it for a big train like that, with hazmat materials. Are you kidding me? This is just another thing that's going on with this administration with Buttigieg here. He can't even handle this at all. He doesn't want to become president present in the moment on this because he knows it's a total disaster, and he just wants to wipe it under the rug. But you can't. This is big, and these people are going to be suffering for years down the road because of this. And yes, it's not a good idea to sign any documentation and accept any money about this right now because you don't know what's going to happen in the future with your health. And along with that, the compensation of $1,000. Are you kidding me?
Right,
also, I mean, really, I just would not sign that. That's just not a wise decision. I do realize people need food.
It's pretty much like when you're in an automobile accident where the insurance company will send you that check for $1,000 or $1,500, and the fine print on the back, it says you're releasing them from any future liability. Now, if you've got issues and you've got you end up needing to see a chiropractor or you end up having issues with your back or something, you're releasing them from any liability.
Yes, sir. And I just questioned the voter base. I think the voter base in this area is probably Republican.
Oh,
if I'm
yes.
if I'm not mistaken. And so Ohio basically is a red state anyway, and we've got to factor that into it because Biden and the administration is wanting to show that they are displeased with that, totally, because they've already came over and did Brent Spence bridge thing there, and that's really all they wanted to do, with Ohio, but that involved Kentucky too as well. But we realize that they need that bridge thing as a truck driver. We know that. But getting to Ukraine here, I'd like to talk about that too. Ukraine is an issue that you wonder how in this world is Zelensky able to travel around the way he does from country to country asking for money when Putin is sitting there, and we know that he has snipers that could take out Zelensky at any time right between the eyes, and it would be nothing for that to happen. And then we've got Joe Biden going over there, and we know that he probably had a fighter escort to get over there. And so, we well protected Joe Biden to get there and all of that stuff. But it's just strange to me how Zelensky is able to travel freely all over the world. And even in the Ukraine itself, how safe is he to make all of these videos with him speaking, and all this stuff? And he's the next Winston Churchill and everything with his speeches and going on. And this is just strange how Russia is allowing all of this to happen, because they could take this man out just like with a snap of a finger, and it wouldn't be nothing. They have some serious firepower. Russia does. All right. Okay, it's no secret to me that they could take this country anytime they wanted to. All right? And really incredible just how they haven't done this. And I'm wondering, what is exactly muzzling Russia at this point to not go ahead and do what they want to do?
I mean,
because
I don't know that. I mean, I think this is kind of proving that. And that's what the Ukrainians are saying, that the Russians, the Russian military might is not all that it's cracked up to be. I mean, because they started that new offensive about a week ago, and more tanks rolling into the region. And apparently the Ukraine, they're using technology that we and other countries have sent, some of these drones that were, taking out their tanks one after another. I mean, I don't think Russia's, holding back or playing patty cake to extend this thing. I think they're actually embarrassed. Look at the number of casualties they've suffered, the lives that the Russian forces have lost. I don't know that they're not playing patty cake, if you'd have it that way. But all right, good to hear from you, Carl. There, have a great morning. Thank you for checking in. We got a news break just around the corner here. And no surprise here. Yeah, we've got, as of the first of the year, remember we had talked about the state of Illinois becoming the latest. We're passing statewide legislation where they're abolishing the bail. All right, someone's brought in, you've committed a crime. All right, okay, well, go ahead, back out on the street. We're not going to hold you. No cash bail. How many of these individuals in these woke communities, in the name, it's constantly in the name of racial diversity, to allow criminals back on the streets? How many of them subsequently, while they're out on no cash bail, commit additional crimes? Would you be surprised if I told you more than 7 in 10, more than 70% of criminal suspects released from jail without bail go on to be arrested for committing more crimes? I know Pappy can attest to this. This is one of his pet peeves, points of contention. He said, we're out here. We're bringing them in. Yeah, they've committed a crime. They let them loose, and they're back on the street the next day, and we're having to intervene again. In the early 2020, the COVID pandemic days, the California Judicial Council required counties to enforce an emergency bail schedule, they call it, which effectively released thousands of criminals from jail without having to pay bail under the guise of reducing prison overcrowding. Maintain that thought. We'll give you the rest of the story coming up.
USA News Update. The 75th Annual DGA Awards held at the Beverly Hilton in Beverly Hills on Saturday evening denied Steven Spielberg a record extending 4 wins for the Guild's top honor. Spielberg had once been expected to cruise through award season with his autobiographical The Fabelmans, but the strong affection has been for Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. The Oscar favorite with the leading 11 nominations has come to dominate Hollywood's Oscar run-up. Anti-war German film All Quiet on the Western Front won 7 prizes, including Best Picture at the British Academy Film Awards on Sunday. Irish tragic comedy The Banshees of Inisherin and rock biopic Elvis took 4 prizes each. All Quiet, a depiction of life and death in the World War I trenches, won Edward Berger for the Best Director award. Its other trophies include Adapted Screenplay, Cinematography, Best Score, Best Sound, and Best Film, not in English. Julio Flores, USA News.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-309-ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9-ERC. That's 800-300-9-ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So what we're talking about here, obviously, is policies that do not work. Going back to California. All right, in the guise, under the name, the guise of reducing overcrowding. Of course, we didn't want our prisoners coming down with COVID, right? That's when this was implemented. The program designated that bail for select crimes was dramatically reduced, many to $0. Yolo County, California, in particular, kept the $0 bail policy in place till June of the next year when the county's Superior Court enacted a new bail schedule. The Yolo County District Attorney's Office analyzing release and arrest data during that time where the zero bail policy was enforced found more than 70% of those who were released without bail went on to be arrested for additional crimes. They also compared what they call recidivism. That's repeat offender rates over an 18-month period, finding that 78% of suspects released without bail were found to be rearrested for crimes, while only 46% of those who paid bail were rearrested. The results of the recent study on the actual impacts of zero bail policies clearly demonstrates that victimization dramatically increases. Public safety is significantly compromised when the bail is eliminated as a tool by the courts. In total, nearly 600 suspects were released from jail without bail in Yolo County alone when the zero bail policy was in place. 420 went on to be rearrested for various crimes, including 369 misdemeanor charges and 328 felony charges. In other words, other people being impacted, victims of crime, because you let the bad guys out of jail. A 163% increase in total crime, 200% increase in violent crime by arrestees released on zero bail when compared to those released by the courts on traditional bail. This is the kind of data that should drive the future decisions or any contemplation of bail reform. Many of those released without bail, rearrested for violent crimes. I mean, homicide, rape, kidnapping, robbery, carjacking, attempted homicide, assault with a deadly weapon, domestic violence charges. This is the warning call for states like New York, where you've seen crimes skyrocket in recent years with the cashless bail policies, preventing the judges from holding many suspects while they await trial. Illinois, they just passed that law. The Democrats abolished bail, is currently being challenged in the courts. Opponents of the law said this will descend the state into the purge. Remember the film, the horror movie where the citizens are allowed to commit crimes for a full 24 hours with no consequence. You get out of jail free card. It's in real life. Who we got? Is this Julie?
It's Chewy.
Chewy. Hello, Chewy.
Yeah. Hey, Steve. Yeah, it's amazing. And you keep doing the same stuff and hope people change, but that ain't happening. But I called about Biden there going over to Ukraine.
Okay.
If he would have went over there, and heaven forbid he would have been attacked or killed or whatever, I mean, that would have just led us to war with Russia, wouldn't it?
I'd say pretty much, undoubtedly.
Yeah. I mean, that's a pretty stupid decision on his part to risk our security on what reason? It makes no sense. Zelensky was just over here at the White House not too long ago.
Correct. And that's something I meant to mention when Carl brought up here a few minutes ago, said that Zelensky's traveling all over the. I don't think Zelensky's doing a lot of traveling. He did come to the United States, and here a couple of weeks ago, he did make a surprise sneak visit into the UK. But he's not really gallivanting around the world.
No, I'm with you. I don't believe Russia's as strong as they were years ago, but still, I mean, for Biden to do it, he did. It just blows my mind that people think it's okay. What was it, Lindsey Graham or whoever's praising Biden for going over there?
Right.
It just blows my mind. It's sickening. It is sickening to me, but I appreciate your show, Steve. Thank you.
All right. Hey, thanks for listening. Thanks for dialing us up. Chewy, have a great morning. Are you a first-time caller by chance, or you've been with us before?
I've been listening a long time. I called in just maybe once or twice before, but this just really got my gut going here tonight.
So you wanted to pick up the phone and chime in. Okay. Well, thank you so much. Have a good morning. What do you say? Brain dead. What's happening?
Oh, just trying to get my trailers dropped out over in Little Rock, Steve. But no, I see I heard you had a good weekend with your grandson there.
Yeah, 11th birthday, 11 years old already. That's hard to believe.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy how quick these kids grow up these days. But no, I mean, thinking about, it's kind of nice to have a Sunday off to where we went grocery shopping. We've changed our diet, decided to not switch, but to get a little more healthy and try something a little more different. But I got an answer for Eagle. I heard Eagle's question about the arraignment system, the legal system in Memphis. What happened with the five the other day was an arraignment. In the downstairs, we have at 201 Poplar, where there's many floors at all courts and different courts and whatnot. Everything starts at the lower level. It gets moved up to the criminal court. What happened Friday was just a formality. It was just like okay, this is what you got to do, A, B, C, D, E, F, you know, and okay, how do you plead? Guilty or not guilty? Everybody pleads not guilty. Everybody. Because they wanted to go upstairs to have the grand jury hear it and come back with an indictment. That's the key thing. Once you're indicted, it then goes to criminal court to where the prosecution can start the plea bargaining and whatnot and set everything for trial, because I imagine what's going to happen is 4 of these officers are going to flip or turn on the one officer, and which one it is, who knows?
Okay.
But that's pretty much how things work. What happened was just a formality. Now, you can plead guilty and go through the court system and go ahead and go to trial and get it over with. But everybody wants to get that grand jury indictment because because when it goes to the grand jury, the attorneys are there, the state prosecution are there. They go, here's all the evidence. What do you say? And they can say, no, sorry, we're not returning an indictment, and the officers are off scot-free with no charges. But then they can also return the charges. Now, when this goes to grand jury is the $1 million question, because I forget if it's every month or every 3 months. If it's every 3 months, they probably push this thing back to July, August, even maybe towards the end of the year. I don't remember, and I don't even know, to tell you the honest truth. But I know that they've got to send it upstairs now. Once the formality's done, they got to send it back upstairs to the grand jury from there.
And I get the idea is anyone that pleads guilty out of the box, I mean, you're pleading guilty. So obviously lawyers are always going to say you never plead guilty, and you try to work toward a plea deal or anything you can do to reduce your sentence.
And not just even that, you're right about that, but it also, lower the crime, lower the time, reduce the charges. They could, whatever charges they're looking at, they could bump them down to, whatever. I don't know what the charges would be. I'm not looking at the news story in front of me what the charges actually are, but even then, though, it's really just up to the court system and the judge. Whew.
Well, all righty. How about you? Did you have a good weekend?
Yeah, like I said, me and Dingbat went to the grocery store. We changed our diet. We watched a few videos of this guy on the internet, and it's really crazy too. He did a little series with fast food, and we figured out Taco Bell's out of our diet now.
Really?
Literally, it's out. It's out because, believe it or not, if I remember right, I don't remember one of the sauces at Taco Bell, but there is something they use as a preservative in the food. That's the same thing they use in paint.
Yummy.
Figure that one out, Steve.
Yummy, yummy.
Oh yeah. No, it's crazy. It's crazy how our food is killing us these days. But we just decided that we've had enough, and really reading the labels, paying attention, trying to get back to being healthy again, Steve. We're not the skinniest in the world, but we want to get to something to be a little more healthy than where we're at, Steve.
Well, that's a good thing. That's good.
So let me get these trailers dropped out. We'll talk to you later, Steve.
Have a good morning. Good luck on the new diet. Does that mean like a tofu diet? Eating healthy, right? It's very difficult. I know that for a fact. It is 844-844-3388. All right, what else on East Palestine? Representative Burleson said, East Palestine, you need to change your name to Kyiv. Change your name to Kyiv so the Biden administration starts taking the matter seriously. I mean, obviously he's being sarcastic, but when it comes to protecting the citizens of East Palestine, this administration, already too little too late. Their priority, supposedly, is the environment, the Green New Deal, right? Yeah, paying back people that helped them get elected. Sadly, when it comes to the actual environment, they're not really concerned when you have environmental events like this. Otherwise, they would actually be there. They would have shown up. Yeah, sadly, I think my advice to the people of East Palestine, change your name to Kyiv, then the president might actually pay attention. I mean, the president, he did indeed make a surprise visit to Kyiv, Ukraine, in support of the war effort there. Of course, during the visit, he announced an additional $500 million in military aid. So the numbers just, continue adding up there, pile on. But I'll get back to your calls here in a quick 2 minutes on the Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's everyday diesel treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, let's head on down to the Sunshine State, see what's happening with Philip this morning. Welcome aboard, Philip. What's going on?
Not much, buddy. How you doing today?
Oh, another day in paradise, right?
Yeah, that's about it, man. Yeah, I was listening to your little deal about Palestine there. I think we need to pull our money out of everything and come back here anyway. What do you think?
It's with the problems we have in our own country, yes. I mean, the homeless issues, the drugs that are pouring in. I mean, go down the laundry list. We've got issues at home that aren't being addressed. And isn't that something Big Ed brought up when we were leading up to the midterms and all that? Yeah, I don't want investigations into this and that and everything else. I want them to actually do something about the mental health issues and the homelessness and the problems we have here at home.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of money that we've spent alone over in Ukraine and, I mean, just all over the place. You think about all the places in the world that, with the Gulf War, all the money we spent protecting Saudi Arabia and all these different places where, that money could have been used a lot better over here to help us, and we could develop technology over here with that money that could keep us going and actually help the rest of the world, instead we're over there, doing this. And, I don't have any problem with helping somebody out, but it's getting out of hand. And it's been getting out of hand for many years, way even before Ukraine.
Yeah.
And we need to address it. It needs to be addressed. I mean,
all right, I think Philip lost his cell. I don't think we disconnected there because we had a couple issues with that last night, but yeah, we're still here. He went to the dead zone. What do you say, Pappy?
Dropped you like a hot potato.
Boing, just like that. Yep.
You know, there's a few times I talk to him on the phone, Steve. When he's driving into work, sometimes his cell phone, man, is really cutting in and out. He has a lot of dead spots there. But listen, Steve, daggone it, man. I dropped the ball last night. I forgot to give a shout out to little Steve for getting Officer of the Year there, man. Wow, that's cool stuff, Steve. I mean, that come around, dude. I've been doing it over 30 years. I never got Officer of the Year.
Wow.
Right. Probably should have a couple times.
Yeah.
But, and not only that, man, he's getting that canine.
Yes,
You know? So,
yes. He's really juiced about that. I don't know. Lauren's all behind him. She's she's lock, stock, and barrel in support of that. I just kind of wonder. I mean, because when you become a canine, you're attached at the hip with that dog, right? I mean, you're with them all the time.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yep. That doggy will be living with him, going to work with him.
Yep.
She might get a little jealous.
That's what I'm. You love that dog more than you love me.
Yeah. But kudos to him, man. Steve, man, there's a couple nights I was working. That one night I was working when he got that award for it. There's another night I was working. He come across this suspect. Something was going on, and they were saying he was armed with a gun. And Steve rolled up on him. He was by himself, right? We're on the same channel on the radio. And man, I sent him a message. I said, "Dude, you're going to give me a stroke, man." You know, I wasn't about to tell you about it. You were on there. You know, I said, "Man, I'm not telling Big Steve what can go on out here because you already know." But
yeah.
You know,
I mean,
ain't no sense getting your blood pressure up.
He shared with me the story about, I guess they had, when they do one of the be on the lookout things on, again, all points bulletin for, it was a vehicle stolen, I think over, I don't know, was it in Cleves or something, but yeah, he spotted the vehicle. He spotted it, I think, in the Speedway parking lot or something. So yeah, he rolled up on it, and I guess he was on the passenger side. He told me about it. He never told his mom about it, but I guess he saw like the little red dot or whatever. The guy had his hands in his pocket, wouldn't get his hands out of his pocket. And he saw that little red light go on where the guy, that was the gun that he had in his pocket.
Yeah. You know, an Eagle talking about when people run, Steve, what are they willing to do to get away?
Mm-hmm.
You know, you catch a wild bobcat, put him in a cage, man. You know, just opening the door to let him out, you got to be careful. That's the only problem. You know, when people are running, I mean, you're thinking they're running for a reason, and what are they willing to do to keep going, you know?
Yeah.
But,
I mean,
hey, man,
nobody wants to go back to jail, right? So, I mean, like Eagle's sharing the story, the guy that had a warrant, don't know what the warrant was for, but in his mind, he knows he's got a warrant, and he's doing what he can because he don't want to go back to jail. But now he's dead.
Yeah, now he's dead. When all he had to do was, damn it, you got me.
Right.
Put your hands behind your back. A lot of times, Steve, these guys, you know, are doped up, man. They're strung out. They know if they get put to jail, depending on what it's for, you know, they might be in there for a little while and start going through withdrawals. You know, they don't want to go through that. And happy 11th, a little Rowan there. Saw that post.
Right.
Man, you had a lot of stuff going on this weekend for you. Steve, I'm going to tell you right now, if you think Biden, they're trying to say that he's, you know, going into Ukraine without no soldiers. Steve, come on, man. I'm telling you right now, if you don't think they got some special forces with him, along with the Secret Service, you're sadly mistaken. Navy SEALs type, etc. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They are, Steve, I'm telling you, these SEALs, that's one of their main objective is dignitary security. We got a lot of Navy SEALs over in our embassies and stuff, and
well, I mean,
dignitary
the report said that 10-hour train trip, the train did stop several times, for unknown reasons. But one occasion, they knew they were picking up additional security. They probably had, like you're saying, some of these special forces at various points along the way, making sure nothing was going on the tracks.
Yes, sir. And I'm sure Secret Services, amped up. They got the full squad with them, so to speak.
Yeah.
And you're going to have, once he's in Ukraine, you're going to have Ukrainian forces on the outer perimeter of him. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Steve, this war is going to just keep on going and going and going. When the wall fell, Russia's military was dismal. You remember me telling you this a couple of years ago, man, when Russia's fighter jets, right, the fighter pilots, that they had to sell ride-alongs, give rides in these fighter jets just to raise money for fuel to fly their jets and get flight ops in.
Really? Because they were that broke? Okay, I gotta pause there as we hit the midnight hour on the West Coast. Looky there, it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
This is USA News. I'm Julio Flores. Nikki Haley is swinging through Iowa this week, fresh off announcing her presidential campaign. Her fellow South Carolinian Republican Senator Tim Scott will also be there as he decides his political future. And former Vice President Mike Pence was just in the state courting influential evangelical Christian activists. After a slow start, Republican presidential prospects are streaming into the leadoff presidential caucus state. Notably absent for the lineup, at least for now, is former President Donald Trump. Expansive paid leave legislation requiring Illinois employers to give workers time off based on hours worked to be used for any reason is ready for action by Democratic Governor J.B. Pritzker, who says he will sign it. Requiring paid vacations is rare in the U.S. Just Maine and Nevada have similar laws, although common in other industrialized nations. 14 states and Washington, D.C. require employers to offer paid sick leave via similar laws, although employees may only use it for health-related issues. What sets Illinois' new legislation apart is workers won't have to explain the reason for their absence as long as they provide notice in accordance with reasonable employer standards. A Catholic bishop in Southern California was shot and killed Saturday just blocks from a church. A slaying of a longtime priest hailed as a peacemaker. Detectives are investigating the death of Bishop David O'Connell as a homicide. Authorities have not said whether the bishop was targeted in the shooting or if his religion was a factor in the killing. The sheriff's department would not say how or specifically where his body was discovered. The shooter or shooters remain at large. O'Connell, 69, had been a priest for 45 years and was a native of Ireland. Anti-war German film All Quiet on the Western Front won 7 prizes, including Best Picture at the British Academy Film Awards on Sunday. Irish tragic comedy The Banshees of Inisherin and rock biopic Elvis took 4 prizes each. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Lawyers for a man convicted of killing 8 people along a Manhattan bike path says prosecutors are seeking eye for an eye justice by using tearful testimony from victims and their families to convince a jury to order death. They asked the judge presiding over the death penalty phase of Safalo Sapov trial to declare a mistrial over the issue. The prosecution of the case of a fatal New Mexico film set shooting made a stark turnaround on Monday, dropping the possibility of a mandatory 5-year sentence against Alec Baldwin. The actor-producer's attorneys had earlier objected to the enhancement, saying it was unconstitutional because it was added after the October 2021 shooting. Baldwin's attorney said in an earlier court filing that the prosecutors committed a basic legal error by charging Mr. Baldwin under a version of the firearm enhancement statute that did not exist on the date of the accident. The family of a Florida man is suing a Las Vegas casino over the man's death months after he collapsed while playing blackjack.
The family of attorney David Jagerlinzer says when he slumped over at the blackjack table at the Wynn Casino, the dealer kept on dealing for more than 15 minutes. The suit says instead of checking on the man's condition, casino workers counted his chips. It also alleges Wynn security cameras recorded it all. Jagerlinzer suffered a heart attack back in April and died a few months later. Wynn Resorts says the claims in the suit are false. In Las Vegas, I'm Richard Johnson.
I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229, 800-734-1229.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, just like that, we crossed over the midnight hour on the West Coast. There you go. Welcome into a Tuesday. And for those who enjoyed a long holiday weekend as we close out President's Day, back to the old grind, right? I want to get back to Pappy here. Something I wanted to share right along that line. As far as like law enforcement, they had the story a couple of weeks ago. Remember where Kyle Busch made the mistake, the oversight of leaving a handgun in his baggage when he made that trek down into Mexico. Yeah, got busted. I haven't heard any update as to. I mean, supposedly they gave him like 3 years prison time and a fine, but he made his way right back to the Carolinas, and I don't know, how did he get so lucky? Questioning, was it really an oversight? I see a report this past day that says apparently an awful lot of people forget they've got their gun in their bag when they go to the airport. A record for gun seizures at American airports last year. According to the Transportation Security Administration, intercepting more than 6,500 guns in a 12-month span. Gun seizures, 6,542, translates to roughly 18 a day. It is worth noting, though, when reviewing the case incidents for the 6,500 plus seizures, nearly everyone caught with the gun in their bag or their suitcase claimed it was unintentional. The passengers claimed to have forgotten about the weapon previously being stored in their personal belongings. According to the observation from Fox News, the number of weapons intercepted at airport checkpoints has climbed every year since 2010. One exception would be the pandemic disruptions of 2020. didn't have nearly as many flights. Anyway, the TSA suggested the rise in gun seizures reflects that more Americans are carrying guns today than probably any other time in modern history. Well, what we see in the checkpoints reflects what we are seeing in society. And in society, there are more people carrying firearms nowadays. Last year, the TSA raised the maximum fine to just shy of $15,000. And now, in addition to the fine, there's 3 other potential deterrents for committing a gun seizure infraction at the airport. Obviously, you may miss your flight schedule. Passengers lose their pre-check status, which allows them to bypass some types of screenings. You lose that for 5 years. Federal officials would consider bringing federal charges against a gun-carrying offender if they believe the passengers were intentionally trying to skirt the regulations for traveling. Regarding firearms and ammunition, the TSA website notes airplane travelers are only permitted to transport unloaded firearms in a locked, hard-sided container as a checked bag. You are also legally obligated to declare your firearm and or ammunition to the airline when checking those bags at the ticket counter. The container must be completely secure, and the firearm cannot gain access to the firearm. But does that surprise you? More than 6,500, like 18 a day, Pappy?
Steve, why is that? Why are Americans carrying firearms more than ever?
Well, because they want to protect themselves.
Because they don't feel safe, man. Steve, I said it with Bush. I'll say it again. I'm telling you what, man. I would say maybe 50% of them knew they were just trying to sneak it through maybe without getting caught. I'm telling you right now, man, you go to the airport you're going on vacation or whatever, and you forget you got a handgun in your bag or something. Steve, you shouldn't be carrying a daggone thing.
Okay.
I mean, come on.
I mean, for people that carry, I mean, you carry pretty much every day. My son carries almost everywhere he goes, but I mean, I guess you know when you do and don't have it, right?
Steve, people might laugh. When I wake up and get out of bed and I put my pants on, the gun goes in my holster. When the pants come off, the gun comes out of the holster and goes in the safe. I literally fall asleep on the couch, Steve, with a gun on me. I don't go nowhere without it. And there's 2 reasons for that. One, because I can, right?
Yeah.
Number 2 is because the rest of my guns are all locked up. If Mercedes is over here with her friends or her cousins are over here and I'm out cutting the grass, right? The firearm is on me. It's not on top of the refrigerator. It's not underneath a pillow. It's on me. I know where it's at. People might laugh, oh, well, you got to carry a gun cutting the grass. I don't know. I might have to run up to the store real quick or something, right? A couple years ago, Steve, I was out in the backyard cutting the grass, and the gate was open, and here come this big Rottweiler running in my backyard. Thank God he was friendly. This is a big dog, man.
Yeah.
Next thing I know, I got this big dog in my backyard, and if he would have attacked me, right? But hey, man.
Yeah, I got you sidetracked. We left off. The Russian military. They were actually trying to raise money to buy fuel for the planes. Is where we kind of left off.
Yeah, it was a debacle, Steve. After when tearing down this wall, after the fall of the Soviet Union, we bankrupted them, Steve. That's what Reagan did, right? But I think they worked on more on their nuclear arsenal, than they have their conventional. They might have more troops, but they might have kind of pulled some wool over our eyes, thinking that they were more powerful conventionally, than they really are. But I still think, man, if it wasn't for us, Steve, we are at war with Russia. I mean, if it wasn't for us and the UN supplying what we're supplying,
that's exactly what I was going to say. I mean, they would have fallen a long time ago if it weren't for the U.S. and all the munitions and all the tanks and all the stuff we've sent in there to keep them armed. They would have been done.
Yeah. I mean, I said it from the get-go, even before the war broke out, that if Russia wanted to, they could smoke Ukraine. And Russia knows that they got no chance in a conventional war with the United States, Steve. We would smoke them. But Biden has failed to address the nation and convince me on what vital threat, national security threat, that Ukraine is to us, that if it falls, convince me, what is it? Why are East Palestine, Steve, right?
Mm-hmm.
Federal government said, it wasn't a natural disaster, therefore you don't qualify for federal aid. I know foreign aid's a little different, Steve, but I don't think Russian attack in Ukraine was a natural disaster. But yet, how many billions of dollars are we up to now?
Yep.
And for what? Did you hear our lovely vice cackling president when she was in Munich a couple days ago?
I don't know. Cackling Kamala. No, what was she cackling about now?
Well, she gave a speech in Munich saying that Russian generals in Russia is committing war crimes against humanity. I won't argue that point, but what she was saying is that these people will and need to be brought to justice. And she stressed that point over and over and over. So, Steve, how are you going to get them to come to the table and sign some sort of ceasefire or agreement to stop this war, knowing that an international court's going to go after them for war crimes? You follow me?
Yes, sir.
I mean, we didn't do that in Germany before, we signed all these treaties. We didn't do it with Japan, even though it was an unconditional surrender, but we didn't come out before all that and say, oh, yeah, by the way, if you sign this, we're going to stroke your butt in international court, charged with international crimes, which they did with the Nuremberg trials. After the war was over, after it was all said and done, then we went after them. We didn't say so beforehand. Because what's the sense in some of these generals then giving up, knowing that they're going to be brought to trial? They'll just say, well, screw it, man. We'll just keep fighting. I don't know. I thought it was kind of stupid for her to come out and say that the way she did. It's just maybe the way my mind thinks sometimes. I don't know.
Well, that's Kamala.
Yeah. Yeah. Man, just think if she runs for vice president. Or if something happened where she would end up vice president. Holy moly. Man, you know Hillary would. Could you picture the next female? I don't know if I said something a couple weeks ago about Michelle Obama running, right? Could you picture she actually won? Hillary Clinton, man, would melt down, Steve. She would have a meltdown. That was supposed to be me.
Yeah.
But all right, my man. Hey, kudos again, little Steve. Outstanding. Steve, I think he's got a great career there ahead of him. my advice to him is next time I see him, I'll tell him. I know he's got a few years and running this K9, right? He's going to have a blast doing that. But, man, try to move up in rank, start studying, right? 20 years from now, Steve, you don't want to be out there running the beat, man.
Yeah. I mean,
you know
what about
saying?
even
Well,
2 years from now?
Well,
The way things are going.
he's going to be doing. Yeah. If he's getting a K9, he's going to be running the beat. Well, I don't know how they do it over there. I'm not sure if you'll actually be running technically a beat or just kind of like an extra car floating around there, that K9, and they need them, so I don't know. But hopefully he'll move on up in the rank, where kind of get an office job, half in, half out, kind of like what I'm doing now, So, all right, my man. Everybody hammer down. Be safe. Thanks for taking my call.
You got it. Thank you. I appreciate you checking in. Have a great day and enjoying a few days off. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All righty, back to, Philip lost his cell. We'll get back and finish up with him. Yeah, welcome back.
Hey, buddy, love this cell service down here in Florida. I really do, man. Seems like ever since we had that hurricane, between Volusia County and Seminole County, the cells go in and out. So I apologize. That thing broke out like that. Hey, Steve, did you hear about the lasers that Israel's developing?
Can't say that I have, no.
All right, I saw the other day Israel has developed a laser that will literally take things out of the sky, and they're using it on rockets that come over into Tel Aviv and those places from Palestine and whatnot. And it's a system they developed, and they've got a system already in place, kind of like the system that they have in Ukraine now. But this one here is a laser. They're saying this laser costs $3.50 a shot, compared to when they shoot a missile, it's $100,000 a shot.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money. What do you think?
No doubt, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to mention that yesterday when I called you, and I forgot completely about it. But Israel's developing a lot of stuff. I mean, they have satellites. There's a company in Israel that has satellite service that you can you can actually pay for reconnaissance on anything. So if you want to see where somebody is or whatnot, you can go to this company and use their satellites to check out everything. They've used it for topography. They've used it for tracking people, everything. And it's got facial rec as far as that and everything. Now, I heard you make the comment about somebody forgetting about a gun on an airplane. There's a lot of people that do that on vacation, believe it or not. They come down on vacation and they forget they have their gun with them. But when they get caught, they try to say, oh, I forgot that I had it with me. And the ones that kind of fool me is not the guys that have the concealed carry, but it's the guys that don't just bring a gun into situations. And it happens down here all the time. So, and Steve, what is the rate served on if you're criminally prosecuted? How much of a sentence do you have to serve up in Ohio?
I have no idea. You mean like if you're given 2 years, you have to serve a minimum of like 18 months or something, or?
Yes, and I know, now this is in our state, and Pappy can answer this one a lot better than any other. But like say, for instance, you're committed, or you take a plea agreement, and you take a 15-year plea, you're going to serve 12% or 12 years of that 15 years. Mm-hmm. You're going to sell. It's usually 80%. You have to serve 80% of your sentence. And I was wondering if they had that in Ohio.
Well, I'm pleased to say I've never had any runs in with the judicial system to know that.
Yeah, I mean, that's what, like, a lot of people wonder why we have a lot of crime today. You take, for instance, a shoplifting. You go to Walmart and you shoplift something. You know, down here, to be a felony, it's $900 or more to be a felony. To be a misdemeanor, I believe it's less than $500. But think about all the stuff that for $900 it's in a Walmart. And people walk out daily with that stuff in these Walmarts.
Yep.
And you're in a business and you're trying to make a business of it. I'm not taking Walmart's side, but I'm just using them as an example. And you have somebody come in and steal $300 worth of stuff, or take a TV. You know, sometimes they let that stuff go out the door because they're, by the time you've caught everybody and everything, it's it. And that's why a lot of things are going on right now. People are doing that kind of craziness stuff and taking things that they know they can get away with because the stores are not going to track them. You know, and the stores are biting it. But that trickle-down effect is when you go to buy a television set at Walmart and that thing is through the roof, and you're like, what's going on? Well, there you go. Everything that they have to pay for.
The millions of dollars in losses every year. Millions. I mean, one store could lose $1 million worth of merchandise.
USA News Update. The White House says it was logistically complicated and difficult to carry out President Biden's secretive trip to the capital city of war-torn Ukraine. Biden on Friday made the final decision to proceed with the trip to Kyiv ahead of a publicly announced visit to Warsaw, Poland. The journey differed from past unannounced presidential visits to war zones like Iraq and Afghanistan, as the U.S. does not have an established military presence on the ground. Several people living in East Palestine, Ohio, are suing Norfolk Railroad after this month's toxic train derailment. A Cincinnati-based law firm is hoping more people in the area will join the class action lawsuit. A major winter storm will be impacting millions of Americans this week. The storm is expected to begin in the northwest today and head east as the week progresses. Heavy snow is likely to fall in the mountains of Montana, Idaho, and Wyoming. Julio Flores, USA News.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-300-9ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Of course, I had the news last week that Senator Fetterman of Pennsylvania, the newly elected senator from Pennsylvania, the nationally watched race where he defeated Mehmet Oz, Dr. Oz there. Of course, throughout the campaign, didn't make many appearances, suffered the stroke, still recovering from a stroke, but now finds himself in Walter Reed Medical Center seeking treatment for clinical depression. That news came out like late last week, Thursday, I believe it was. A close senior aide tells NBC News that Fetterman will likely remain in inpatient care for several weeks. Doctors are trying different medications, but it takes time to identify the correct dosage, they say. An extended absence from the Senate would not be unprecedented, they say. For context, just last year, Senator Ben Ray Lejeune was out for a few months following a stroke that he had had. Senator Chris Van Hollen was out for a few weeks. Before that, Senator Tim Johnson, back in 2007, was out for like 8 months. Senator Mark Kirk in 2012 was out for an entire year after he suffered a stroke. Now, Fetterman, of course, suffered a stroke back in May, less than 6 months before the election where he defeated Mehmet Oz to win that Senate seat. Senator's office said this month that he was hospitalized after he felt lightheaded, but tests had ruled out another stroke. But I guess, extreme clinical depression. He's being crippled by depression and social anxiety. Okay, Burns said that the senior aide said that Fetterman and the staff members were taken by surprise by the severe onset of depression. I'm not a medical expert, but I always thought depression was things when you're not real happy with what's going on in your life. But I don't know. Not real happy with where things are sitting right now. There may be a whole lot more to it than that. Like I said, I'm not a medical expert, so. Hello, 5-7, what's happening?
That Fetterman thing, old Uncle Fester.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting for him to screw a light bulb in his mouth and watch it go off. Then it light up. That's sad. But hey, y'all up there in Pennsylvania, you got what you voted for. I want to wait until the last minute and get all your information before you put in that vote. The thing with Eagle, I'd like to mention in our former government, it doesn't matter if Eagle, Steve, or I have seen these videos of these former officers, pile driving on this man and killing him. We're not the ones that can convict him or make pass judgment on him. Again, being called into jury duty sort of wakes you up to some of this stuff. It's easy for us to judge out here, but once you get called to jury duty, you get called and you become of their peers. You're a jury of their peers, and you're sitting there. Then it's time for to see the videos, find out what was in their heads. So is this a common thing? It just got out of hand? Did this guy rape a 5-year-old that belonged to one of the officers? All this stuff can come up that's not getting out now. The defense can bring in all this stuff. But in our form of government, you're supposed to say, I'm not guilty, because we're innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. And it's a small county I live in, the one that I was called into, everybody knew about it. And I dreaded being on it and getting called on to do it and asked to serve. By the time I got home, they decided to plea bargain, I guess, because they said our services weren't going to be needed. But it was a murder trial, and I'm glad I didn't have to get involved in that. It's easy to judge people until all of a sudden your judgment will affect their lives for years upon years to come. So, yeah, I understand why, and that's, if you ever get in there, you plead not guilty if you're not guilty, for sure. But, hey, in our system, the right word to get you off if you're guilty, and the wrong word to get you convicted if you're innocent. So you got to be careful there. This thing about the the border. Okay, we've had news last week or first. We had not only South Americans and Haitians coming across our border, but we've had tons of Chinese young men. So, all right, just play with it. It's totally useless. It's Play-Doh. We're playing with Play-Doh here. Let's go around America and start shooting at these power boxes or power plants, causing havoc. Let's start putting charges on train wheels on tankers. We could do that. Just little 2, 3, 4 men. Nobody will notice. And go around America and come summertime, start setting fires in the North Woods. Out west. Just keep us busy over here worrying about what's going on to even worry about Taiwan. So, just a thought. And we've got new assets. I mean, we're sending tanks, right? We're sending and we don't want to send airplanes, but we've got assets. We've had over, let's say, 5 million illegals come across our border. Let's start loading them up on the planes, and tell you what, there's a country that needs help. They're, 1/3 of their population's been blown away, and you go over there, you fight the Russians, they might give you an acre of ground. So, hey, we got human assets we can send over there right now. I know it's Play-Doh. I know it ain't gonna happen. But gotta wonder when this country finally, when we finally go to war, because they're already talking. And I heard a politician, because they already passed where we cannot draft our women folks. Thank God. But I heard a politician say, yeah, we're going to have to start drafting when this war breaks out. And everybody's going to have to show up because China has too many people. So that means women too. So I got to wonder when we start drafting, will they be heading south? Will they be caravanning back down south? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Are these people willing to fight for this country? And you know what? If they're willing to put on the uniform and fight for the country, then it's over. I mean, they get a green card. So, and it's like that. So, just a bunch of Play-Doh, just a bunch of fluff tonight. And
kind of like just
enjoying the show,
proving the fact that when you're out there driving a truck for a living, you ain't got nothing to do but time to think.
And gets me in trouble. For sure. All right, it's 5-7. We're gonna sit back, talk to Mal, enjoy the rest of the show. How about it?
There you go. All right, there you go. Hey, pilots were on the lookout for a large white balloon. Say what? Yeah, over the waters northeast of Hawaii. Oh, boy. Yeah, the balloon's nature and whereabouts unclear Monday morning. An image circulating online appearing to show a pilot in a cockpit holding a printout warning of a reported large white balloon somewhere between 40 and 50,000 feet. The printout, which appeared to originate from air traffic control out of Oakland, California, said to alert air traffic control if the object is spotted. U.S. Indo-Pacific Command, which oversees military action in the region, confirmed the reports little after 3:30 in the morning yesterday. Indo-Pacific Command is aware of the reports of a large white balloon by civilian aircraft. We're looking at the reports, have nothing additional at this time. Forecasted trajectory based on the prevailing winds would carry the reported balloon directly over the Big Island. So just the latest. It's the only thing I could find on that, but I don't know. Described it as a big white balloon. I don't know, maybe a weather balloon, you think? We're looking for them now. Morning, Horse Feathers.
Morning, Your Honor. So So now that we're back on this balloon deal and multi-million-dollar Sidewinder heat-seeking missiles and all this stuff, don't we have these planes that they sit somewhere with a computer terminal and a joystick, and they just sit there and just fly these planes around in the air? Aren't they called drones or something? Most of them are kind of on the cheaper side. Couldn't you just like fly one of them drones like right into the balloon and just like take it out, and then you wouldn't have it all destructed? And if it all came down together, you'd probably have some sort of tracking device on your drone, so you'd
I don't know.
You'd know right where to go to get it.
Can we fly a drone 40, 50,000 feet? I'm not exactly sure.
You ain't got to worry about cabin pressure. You ain't got to worry about temperature. The only thing you got to worry about is the amount of lift underneath your wings to hold the plane up in the air.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I guess thrust and lift are the two things you have to get to where they got to go. But I don't know. Just a thought. It sounds like these last ones weren't that high, anyways. Those last three over that weekend or whatever it was ago, or anyways. But yeah. So what's this deal with Alec Baldwin now? Supposedly they charged him with something that wasn't even a law on the books yet. So now because they charged him with that, now they got to drop that. So now. What's that all about?
I didn't pay a whole lot. I did see something where the charge has been changed. Is it a lesser charge? Maybe is that what I'm hearing?
Oh yeah. It's pretty much a slap on the wrist. It's pretty much a slap on the wrist at this point type of deal. So anyways, it all goes back to what we used to talk about way back in the day when the bozo was on the air. There is no legal system in this country. Wait, take that back. There's no judicial system in this country. It's a high-priced legal system. It's all about the money you have and how you can play the game and who you can pay off, and it's all about just, you know. And you look at right now what's going on out there in Ohio with the train derailment. Now we got all the lawyers involved and going to have a class action lawsuit. And tell you, all these people better be careful what they sign up for and all that, because I mean the only ones that are going to make out in this whole deal are lawyers. Lawyers are going to reap the benefits of whatever happens out of all that. But the people they got to be careful whatever they sign off on, because I mean they got, I mean, with kids and grandkids and stuff, they have, you know, decades of problems that could be coming along, you know. So it's, you know, as you said, $1,000. Maybe the railroad wants them to sign off on that $1,000, and then there won't be they won't be obligated to give them anything after that. So I don't know. And anyways, and as far as our fearless leader going over there to the Ukraine now you did see, you know, he always talked about his stint in Congress there. You know, he always made sure that, you know, he didn't pollute the air, because for 40-some years, he rode the train from Delaware to Washington.
Yeah.
He always rode the train.
Mass transit.
So if you notice, he's going around the world in a train now. He doesn't, you know, not using that high-priced. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe he does use that high-priced aircraft to get around. But I would say that train was probably pretty well armed. Don't you think there was probably, you know, a Navy SEAL team on that train, or even more? And I'm sure they had cars, you know, rail cars that were all loaded up with the Beast and other, you know, all the Suburbans and everything the Secret Service needed, and you know, I'm sure that train was pretty well loaded up. But can you imagine, you know, you look at what the security is when the president comes into Cincinnati there, and he gets off the plane there at the airport, or to, you know, at Wright Pat or wherever, and he goes to wherever. Do you know what they do to protect that route? You know, what they've done ahead of time? How do you protect 10 miles worth of railroad tracks?
Exactly. Well, that's what I was suggesting to Pappy. I think that's why that train stopped every so often, because they were picking up maybe some of those security that were out along the route.
No, absolutely. So, well, anyways, I don't know. That's about what I got for you. It's all kind of just pretty depressing, but just watch the other hand there, because we got the sleight of hand going here. You know, don't pay no attention to the man behind the curtain, smoke and mirrors. There's a lot of stuff going on that there's something else. There's something else going on in the background here that somebody doesn't want us to know about, and I think that's where we got to start looking, is to find out what's going on that somebody else doesn't want us to know about. But as far as Ukraine goes, I think the only reason they're trying to protect it is they don't want their secrets to come out from whatever was going on back 8, 10, 15 years ago. With all this stuff they've had going on there with money going in, money coming out, and all the notes and everything, and who can identify what's going on. But you see all this stuff going on, but we still haven't heard anything much about that laptop.
It's all about payments to the big guy. Whoever the big guy is, the big guy. All right, well, Horse Feathers, have a good Monday. Thanks for checking in, and we'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. All lines available at 844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, I do believe that would be an answer to Philip's question. Talking about prison sentences. In the state of Ohio, or prisons, certain crimes do have mandatory sentences. Prison systems have some guidelines, so to speak, examples released on good behavior. Even local jails have what's called 2 for 1. You're sentenced to 90 days, you're eligible for 2 for 1, you only do 45 days. It all depends on the seriousness of the crime. Whether the inmate would be eligible or what they would be eligible for. Now, life imprisonment doesn't necessarily mean life unless you get life and a day. It is complicated, but to answer the question, yes, Ohio does have those types of systems. I guess it kind of varies from state to state kind of thing, right? Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. Other industry headlines: a passenger vehicle driver killed in a wrong-way crash in Utah over the weekend. Yeah, we're talking like 3 o'clock in the morning, February the 18th, according to the Highway Patrol, responding to a crash about 15 miles from the Utah-Nevada border. A passenger vehicle apparently traveling east in the westbound lanes of I-80 when it collided head-on with a westbound semi-truck. Those sort of crashes do not typically end well for the automobile, and in this case, the passenger vehicle driver was dead at the scene. A semi-driver suffered minor injuries. A second passenger vehicle was damaged by debris, but no other injuries reported. Way too many wrong-way crashes. Now, I did mention this last evening, but for those who maybe do not start their week, Sunday night into Monday morning, might be the first night out. Again, we're staying out west, Arizona. Arizona conducting a big commercial vehicle enforcement blitz this week, which started yesterday and runs through this Friday. The Arizona Commercial Vehicle Enforcement Task Force conducting Operation Southern Shield this week. Troopers will be focusing their efforts on I-10 from Phoenix to the New Mexico state line and I-19 from Tucson to the international border. During Operation Southern Shield, officers will target hazardous driving violations. They'll be conducting commercial vehicle inspections, educating drivers on safe, compliant operation. They say that non-commercial vehicle drivers, if you do something unsafe around a big truck, you also will be targeted during this blitz. It's all about safe operations of commercial vehicles and around commercial vehicles. Conducted with the assistance from the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, the Pinal County Sheriff's Office, the Marana Police Department, Oro Valley Police, and Tucson Police. Meanwhile, also along that southern border, hundreds of truckers left searching for parking near the Mexican border last Friday as apparently some sort of a computer issue caused massive border crossing delays. It started on the 17th at the Brownsville, Texas border crossing at about 7 o'clock in the morning. Trucks began backing up for miles, starting at the Veterans International Bridge, stretching along U.S. Expressway 77 up until International Boulevard in Brownsville. Whatever the computer issue was, prevented truckers from crossing into Mexico, forced many who ran out of hours to find parking in several surrounding counties at various gas stations, side roads along Expressway 77 and FM 511. It's said pretty unusual to have delays of this nature, but Mexican customs were having some sort of problems.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Julio Flores. A man arrested Monday in the weekend killing of a Catholic bishop is the husband of the victim's housekeeper and had done work at his home. Auxiliary Bishop David O'Connell, 69, was fatally shot Saturday in the bedroom of his home in Hacienda Heights, an unincorporated community about 20 miles east of downtown Los Angeles. Los Angeles County Sheriff Robert Luna says a SWAT team arrested Carlos Medina, the husband of O'Connell's housekeeper, at their home in Torrance, about 35 miles southwest of Hacienda Heights. The sheriff said detectives first linked Medina to the crime after filing surveillance video that showed his SUV in the driveway of O'Connell's home at the time of the killing. A new 6.4 magnitude earthquake on Monday killed 3 people and injured more than 200 in parts of Turkey that laid waste 2 weeks ago by a massive quake that killed tens of thousands. More buildings collapsed, trapping some people, while scores of injuries were recorded in neighboring Syria as well. Monday's earthquake was centered in the town of Defne in Turkey's Hatay province. President Biden made a surprise visit to Ukraine yesterday, just days ahead of the one-year anniversary of Russia's invasion. He met with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky for talks, announced another $500 million in aid, and released a statement. It read in part that he made the trip to reaffirm America's unwavering commitment to Ukraine's democracy, sovereignty, and territorial integrity.
Putin thought Ukraine was weak and the West was divided. But he's just been plain wrong. Plain wrong. And 1 year later, the evidence is right here in this room.
A major winter storm will be impacting millions of Americans this week. The storm is expected to begin in the northwest today and head east as the week progresses. Heavy snow is likely to fall in the mountains of Montana, Idaho, and Wyoming. Forecasters say the system will strengthen by midweek as it moves southeast, affecting the Rocky Mountains to the Great Lakes region. This is U.S.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
The Clippers are adding a former NBA MVP to their roster. ESPN is reporting Russell Westbrook plans to sign with the Clippers after completing a buyout with the Jazz. Westbrook was acquired by Utah in a multi-team deal with the Lakers and the Timberwolves. The 34-year-old point guard has come off the bench for the majority of the season with the Lakers. He has yet to play since being traded on February 9th. Houston is once again the top team in the country. The Cougars received 24 first-place votes in the College Basketball Coaches Poll to climb back to the top of the rankings. Alabama, UCLA, Kansas, and Purdue round out the rest of the top 5. Texas and Iowa State were the 2 schools that took the biggest drop. Each team fell 3 spots, with the Longhorns now 8th and the Cyclones at 21st. Northwestern took the biggest jump, going from outside the rankings to 22nd. Milwaukee Bucks star Giannis Antetokounmpo is avoiding serious injury. ESPN is reporting the Greek Freak has a sprained ligament in his right wrist and will be undergoing treatment. He's not expected to be out long and will be able to return once the pain goes away. The Bucks return from the All-Star break on Friday when they host the Miami Heat. UNLV's defensive lineman Ryan Keeler is dead at the age of 20. The university confirmed his death on Monday, with head football coach Barry Odom calling the loss devastating and offering prayers and condolences to Keeler's family. The Chicago native made his first start back in October and played 7 games. No cause of death was given. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, here we go. Roll into that final hour. As we roll into a Tuesday, what are we looking at? 21st day of February. Wow, it's short month as well, right? Only 28 days, right? It's not a leap year. 28 days in the month of February. We got final week of February. My. Well, speaking of the final week of February, hey, if you're needing to place an order for Hot Shot Secret products, got your little list made out, and you're thinking about placing that online order, starting, this is the 21st, Tuesday, starting Thursday, February the 23rd through the 28th. You can, if you order $125 worth of merchandise or more, they'll toss in a free Diesel Winter Rescue. Just select during checkout. Again, that's offers good February the 23rd through the 28th at HotShotSecret.com. Of course, you can always use that coupon code Overnight Drive to get an additional 10% off your order. And that's on top of the 10% that you automatically receive for first responders, active or veteran military, as well as CDL holders. Now, you do have to show proof of whichever category you're in. That's 20% off your order and a free Diesel Winter Rescue for a $125 purchase or more starting the 23rd for just a few days there. If you're out there on the road and you need to make a purchase, all right, now some of the retail deals we've got going on. Love's Travel Centers around the country. If you buy 2 of the 32-ounce everyday diesel treatments at Love's, you'll receive 800 My Love Rewards points. That's ongoing through the end of the month. That ends on February the 28th. And Pilot Flying J, I believe also you get 800 Pilot Flying J My Rewards points when you purchase 2 of the everyday diesel treatment plus winter defense at Pilot Flying J Travel Centers. Plus, if you purchase there, use the QR code at the bottom of your receipt and you just scan that, and you can enter to win one of 3 Visa gift cards. There's a $250 Visa gift card grand prize and 2 $100 Visa gift card prizes. No purchase necessary. Pilot Travel Centers, not affiliated, not a sponsor of that particular promo. That's actually going through HotShotSecret.com. So there you go. Some of the things going on. I came across Shy Diesel. You know, familiar with the Diesel Army, as they call them? You got the Diesel Army newsletter, and they had a write-up of how they were able to increase horsepower using the the secret sauce, a.k.a. Hot Shot Secret products. Shy Diesel uses multiple products from Hot Shot Secret, including the Everyday Diesel Treatment, the Stiction Eliminator, the Diesel Extreme, and the Adrenaline engine oil. That's the Adrenaline R520W50 engine oil. After simply making a change to this trusted race oil, they strapped their engine to the dyno and said, here I am, frantically waiting to hear the numbers after a simple oil change, and it was worth the wait. The question, what gains did you see on the dyno after simply only switching to Hot Shot Secret products? All right, they say, the Shy Diesel, after we got everything set up and dialed in on the dyno, we ran the engine cold and picked up 60 horsepower. Once the engine cooled down, we ran it a few more times and managed to maintain a 40 to 60 horsepower gain. We've never seen a horsepower increase by just changing oil brands in the past. So this was very impressive. In other words, simply by changing the oil, the Shy Diesel Dragster is now tapping into even more horsepower. Now, could this get them into the threes this year? Now, they say right now, unfortunately for Shy right now, no track has offered the conditions to put the whole package together. At this point, we have not seen those conditions, the favorable conditions to use this new horsepower gained, but we are very excited to see what happens once we do. We need to be running in the threes. Last year at the PDRA finals, we ran a 4.04, so hopefully we can get there this year. Of course, that is easier said than done. But this is a testament to Hot Shot Secret engine oils. If you're looking for a way to pick up horsepower on your race rig, you might want to look into this. It is teaching old dogs new tricks, and it's cool. And again, from the Diesel Army newsletter, he said, to wrap things up, I talked with Kyle Fisher at Hot Shots to see what it was like working with a pioneer in the industry. Pioneer is the right description, man. According to Kyle, I've always had an enormous amount of respect for Dan Shy and what he's done for the Diesel Motorsports. I remember a video that was played when Dan received the Lifetime Achievement Award from the ODSS. It really puts into perspective how much he has contributed to the industry over the years. That being said, I also know that Dan has his way of doing things with so many years of success in truck pulling and drag racing, rightfully so. I'm very fortunate that Dan was open to hearing about the new technology that Hot Shot Secret has brought to Diesel Motorsports in the last few years. We've seen this sport come a long way in the last few years. A good portion of these record-breaking passes and huge horsepower numbers are backed with the same products that Shy was involved with or is involved with now. Shy Diesel has been a dealer of Hot Shot Secret products for a number of years, but until now, they had been using the Adrenaline racing oil in their dragster. Based on the results Shy Diesel received, I'd say both parties are happy, making a significant horsepower increase by doing nothing but changing to a better oil. We're really happy to see the results of the Adrenaline racing oil in the Shy Dragster engine. Sure, everybody loves to see horsepower gains, but that extra horsepower is a byproduct of the resulting wear reduction from our racing oil. We don't create horsepower with the oil. Rather, the oil provides less friction and heat, thus allowing the engine to produce more horsepower. In the end, when you see the numbers, as we did with Shy Diesel's Dragster dyno test, it goes to show the ultimate protection that we've built into this oil. So there you go. Pretty cool from the Shy Diesel, the Diesel Army newsletter that I got in the email. All right. It is 844-844-3388. All right. Let's see. Who we got? Jack of Diamonds?
Hey, Steve.
That
Long-time listener. third time call.
Okay. What's going on, Jack?
Just coming out of Nashville tonight, but just wanted to call in to thank you very much for that $60 discount there on the Hot Shot Secret.
Okay, you got your code finally?
Yes, sir. And I ordered it last week, like on a Wednesday night. Friday, it was at the house, so that's pretty impressive to get it there that quick.
Isn't that something?
But,
I don't know how they can turn it around so quick, but they do.
They sure do, and I tried. I told you before when I first called in that I bought some of the Diesel Extreme, but I had not used it at that time yet. And I actually ran it last week coming out of Atlanta, and I definitely could tell the difference in the pulling power coming up Mount Eagle and stuff. And it's definitely makes a difference. And the funny thing is, it's a Detroit engine, kind of just like the song that Big Moose has, "Make the Detroit come alive."
Yeah.
It definitely helped out make it come alive.
That's
But,
funny.
just wanted to thank you. And I wound up buying, I actually purchased like $118 worth of product, and then $60 off sure helps a lot, so I appreciate it, okay?
That's like a half off deal, huh?
Sure was. Good products, and be buying some more. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Jack Adamas. I thank you for the testimonial as well, because that's what we want to hear. I mean, that first run, right? First run with the Diesel Extreme, that's cleaning everything out. Once you run the Diesel Extreme, then you just bump down to the everyday diesel treatment. But the Diesel Extreme, you run that Diesel Extreme in the fuel and then the Stiction Eliminator on the oil side. It's cleaning everything up in that engine, and you're going to see and feel the difference. All right, another where, how do you stop the bad guy with the gun? How many times have we said this? Well, you have the good guy with the gun. The Texas mall shooting that unfolded last week. Turns out a 16-year-old Hispanic male had opened fire inside that mall, killing one and badly injuring 3 others. After leaving the food court bloody, the 16-year-old took aim at bystanders. The gunman's continued aggression proved to be a fatal slip, as a stranger there amongst them had a big iron on his hip. A little after 5 o'clock in the afternoon last week, the 15th, day after Valentine's Day, a dispute between 2 groups at the Chula Vista Mall in El Paso devolved into a melee. The first group reportedly consisted of 6 Hispanic teenagers, including 17-year-old Angeles Zaragoza and another 17-year-old who was seriously injured. The second group of Hispanic youths comprised the 16-year-old alleged shooter, a 20-year-old male, and 2 other male teenagers. During a bout of fisticuffs, the shooter reportedly brandished what police have confirmed was a stolen firearm. We heard the kids, one of the witnesses, so we heard the kids arguing. One of the kids looked at the other one and just said that he was going to kill him. That's when he pulled out a gun, proceeded to fatally shoot him down, managed to badly wound one of the descendants' counterparts. The 20-year-old, apparently on the side of the 16-year-old, managed to also catch a bullet. But after the initial bloodletting, the 16-year-old reportedly began to run, taking aim at bystanders, including 32-year-old Emmanuel Duran. Duran was one of multiple legally armed citizens nearby, but evidently the only one needed to bring the mayhem to an end. As the gunman advanced on Durham and other bystanders, Duran reportedly drew his firearm, shooting the suspect because he felt threatened, right? Which is totally legal. Duran joined an off-duty officer who had been working security at the store in the mall at the time in rendering aid to the suspect and the others who were injured. The interim chief of the El Paso Police Department tells reporters that off-duty officers in the area were on the scene at 5:08, and the two individuals were taken into custody. The 16-year-old alleged gunman reportedly in stable condition. So what was a dispute between, I don't know if they were gang members or what the case was, but rivals. Yeah, that's what devolved into the melee at the mall. All right, 19 past the hour. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Now, let me give you the latest on the our massive winter storm that's going to stretch some 2,600 miles from coast to coast. Literally across the northern tier of the country this week, unloading heavy snow over the upper Midwest, spreading an icy mix from about the Iowa-Nebraska border all the way up to northern New England. Same storm is going to be along the temperature contrast zone where we're talking record-challenging warm air in the south and frigid air across the north, across southern Canada that's associated with the polar vortex. So we've got winter storm warnings across the Pacific Northwest, parts of the Rockies this past day. Major travel disruptions are expected as this storm, with the cold air and heavy snow, sprawls over a large part of the west into midweek. System will bring maybe 1 to 2 feet of snow from South Dakota to central Minnesota, the northern parts of Wisconsin and Michigan between now and Thursday. This includes the major metropolitan areas of Minneapolis and St. Paul. There is a high probability Minneapolis may get 18 inches or more from this storm. Forecasters say there's the potential for Minneapolis-St. Paul International to be shut down for a time during this system. Numerous flight delays and cancellations at the very least. Elsewhere across the region, parts of several key highways in the north central states, Interstates 29, 35, 90, and 94 could all look at closures during the height of this system with the heavy snow. Further south, the storm will produce an approximately 1,300-mile-long band of ice. From Omaha, Nebraska to Portsmouth, New Hampshire. The icy, dangerous travel zone with the potential for significant damage to trees and power lines will include the likes of Milwaukee, Detroit, maybe the northern suburbs of Chicago, and even Boston. Portions of northern Illinois. This, in other words, is going to be one of those proverbial ice storms. Northern Illinois, southern portions of the lower peninsula of Michigan, the southern tier of New York could pick up anywhere from a glaze of ice to as much as a half-inch thick ice accretion. Those sort of amounts of ice accretion undoubtedly would mean widespread power outages. Airline delays likely at Chicago's O'Hare with de-icing operations. And, of course, the substantial amount of ice could also force Detroit's Metro Airport to close for a time, and that would mean many flight delays and cancellations. And, of course, from there you'd see the ripple effect across the country, a number of aircraft and crews being displaced because of that storm in Minneapolis and Detroit. In the Northeast, the snow, the ice versus the rain are to be more spread out versus north and south in parts of northern Ohio and much of central portions of Pennsylvania, the lower Hudson Valley of New York. Icy areas probably limited to the elevated surfaces like the bridges, the trees, and your cars. East of the Great Lakes, the heaviest snow will be portions of Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine, a good 12 to 18 inches in the forecast there. It looks like rain showers, plain old rain for New York City, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., and Pittsburgh from this storm, as well as Cincinnati and St. Louis in the Midwest. So again, that whole winter with very little snow, the snow drought, which did set a record in, was it New York City? And Philadelphia did finally come to an end. But once again, another storm system bringing more of a rain event to the big cities in the east. All right, got about a minute before a news break here. As we hit the bottom of the hour, we'll get to, I believe, Eagle wants to follow up this morning. I think Gilligan will be checking in once again. And room for you at 844-844-3388. Well, I suppose time will tell. In the end, will we get, what did Paul Harvey say, the rest of the story? Of course, you've had this January 6th committee, which has released numerous video of the events that unfolded on that day, but they've been very selective, picking and choosing what they wanted the public to see. The rest, which turns out to be 41,000 hours worth of footage, rather than the previously reported 14,000 hours, is now being scoured through. We'll give you more coming up.
USA News Update. A suspect has been arrested in connection with the murder of a Los Angeles area Archbishop. L.A. County Sheriff Robert Luna announced that 65-year-old Carlos Medina was taken into custody Monday morning after surrendering to police outside his residence in Torrance, about 20 miles north of Los Angeles. Archbishop David O'Connell was found shot to death in the bedroom of his home in the L.A. suburb of Hacienda Heights. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration is asking Tesla for information after a driver in one of the company's cars was killed over the weekend. This is now in addition to dozens of special crash investigations. NHTSA has already opened into Tesla vehicles where autopilot was suspected of being used. While it hasn't been confirmed yet that the Model S involved in the crash in Walnut Creek, California, was using the self-driving feature, that particular vehicle is currently under recall for issues with the system. Julio Flores, USA News.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-309-ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9-ERC. That's 800-300-9-ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So I think back to the date of January 6th. Thousands upon thousands descending on the nation's capital, attending the big rally, many of which who then marched to the Capitol. A lot of folks that were at the Capitol did not go to the rally. They were already there. Some of which had already entered the Capitol. But just goes to show how many cameras have to be. I mean, how do you get 41,000 hours of video footage? I mean, what was the time frame involved here? Was say 5, 6 hours worth? That all this unfolded during. So how many different, various camera views? But I guess this will be a boost for the likes of Tucker Carlson's program on Fox News, as he has now access to the tens of thousands of hours of footage, thanks to House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. Sources informed Axios co-founder Mike Allen that Carlson's team was in Washington, D.C. last week going through some of the footage. They're going to begin rolling some of this out on Carlson's programs in the coming weeks. The two sides, they say, have been communicating on the matter since earlier this month, citing correspondence that he had seen. Also, the cash totals, as I said, a whopping 41,000 hours of footage, not 14,000 hours. There was never any legitimate reason for this footage to remain secret, Carlson says. If there was ever a question that's in the public's interest to know, it's what actually happened on January the 6th. By definition, this video will reveal it. It's possible for me to understand, understand why any honest person would be bothered by that. Now, McCarthy vowed last month to release the January 6th footage while speaking with reporters. And the move to grant Carlson access marks a significant step. Now, when asked on January 12th if he would release the videos, McCarthy told reporters, I want to be very, very thoughtful about it, but yes, I'm engaged to do that. So that's going back a little over a month ago. But he says, I think the public should see what happened on that day. I watched what Nancy Pelosi did, where she politicized it, where for the first time in the history as a speaker, not allowing the minority to appoint to a committee, we watched the politicization of this. The American public should actually see what happened instead of a report that's written by this politically biased committee. Representative Getz says, told Turning Point founder Charlie Kirk that McCarthy had agreed to release the footage, part of the deal that he cut with a block of Republican holdouts to get the votes for the speakership. These were all things that were part of the negotiation. We want the public to see all the footage, not just the hand-picked January 6th unbiased committee's video. McCarthy told us he's going to get the evidence out in front of the American people, and that means releasing these thousands of hours of tapes that have been hidden. The videos would give more context to the full day rather than the cherry-picked moments of the January 6th committee that they're trying to use to inflame and further divide the country. So there you go. How long does it take to scour through 41,000 hours worth of footage? I don't know, but that's obviously, like I said, a ton of, I guess, every street camera, business camera, ring camera, you name it. And there's tons of cameras in and around the nation's capital. Everything is under surveillance at all times. So there's going to be a lot to scour through. All right. Eagle, you hanging with us?
Yeah, I'm still here.
All right. Well,
yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about two things before before the end of the show. First of all, I told you I left Daytona. I'm over here. I'm in Georgia right now. Here, I told you I'm on my way headed back to Texas. I want to talk about an individual, since this is President's Day, Steve. I want to talk to a man. This guy here, he was in the White House long, before I was, doing my thing, before my time. So I don't, Jimmy Carter, look like he's on his last legs. Jimmy Carter, any day now, he could be, he could be moving on to another place. Jimmy Carter, he's been placed in hospice. He said he's got his life right and he's going to go ahead on, and he's not cancer from what I'm understanding. So Jimmy Carter, like I say, I've heard bad things about the guy. He was a one-term president. He didn't do it very good. He reminds me of basically Joe Biden, except Joe Biden's a whole lot worse than this president than Jimmy Carter was. Jimmy Carter might have been one of the worst presidents we've ever had in America, but Joe Biden definitely took over that spot. When it's all said and done, Steve, when Biden leaves the White House, he will be the number one worst president we ever had in this country. I promise you that. So Jimmy Carter, what'd you say?
Oh, I'm listening in. I got you.
Yeah. So like I say, I don't know too much about Jimmy Carter's, political. I heard, like I say, I heard some bad things about the guy, from my parents and everything. I was just a kid when he was in the White House, so I don't know too much about it. So,
right.
We'll see what happens the next couple of days. The one other thing I wanted to talk about, Steve, like I said, Pappy, I wish I would have addressed that question to him, during my phone call about the 5 officers that pleaded not guilty. Maybe he could have asked. Maybe he can call in tonight or tomorrow and answer that question about how can they do, why would they do that? But maybe you can explain that. And one other thing I wanted to say, Steve. Now, I understand that the man over there in North Korea, he's out of control again. He's launching missiles again. He sees what's going on, Steve. He has a television. I guarantee you he got a television in China. In North Korea where that man lives at. He sees what Joe Biden is doing, and he's doing his thing. And I'm going to repeat myself. I done told you this several times on your show over the last 2 years, Steve. I promise you, if the words are coming out of my mouth, not Donald Trump's mouth, I promise you if Donald Trump was in the White House right now, no missiles from North Korea will be launched right now. You could bet your last dollar on that North Korea wouldn't even think about launching a missile if Donald Trump was in the White House. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, Eagle, thank you so much. Appreciate you checking in there. Yeah, I'm in the same category as you. I mentioned last evening that, during Jimmy Carter's days as president, I was in my early teens. Life had a whole lot of things going on that had nothing to do with the world of politics. Remember the parents would be tuned into the nightly news, and of course they had been viewing the Vietnam War and things of that nature. And I recall the hostage crisis, the Iranian hostage crisis. Will we ever get them? 444 days. 52 Americans held captive there in Iran. Those the things I remember. And of course, progressing through life, I know Jimmy Carter was. As Pappy said, his heart was in the right place. He was a good man. He wanted the best, and he did a lot to help people all around the world. And I guess the legacy. What will his legacy be? Is it going to be the whole Iran hostage crisis, high inflation? That was another thing I do kind of recall from being as young as I was. That inflation was out of control. The cost of everything. Yeah, remember my stepdad bitching about the price of food, kind of like we are today. Food inflation. So, he did not pass away on President's Day. I kind of wondered about that with the announcement, but all right. Here we are, thousands of miles from the front lines. The sprawling manufacturing plant in a little Midwestern city of Lima, Ohio, which is apparently playing a critical role in the effort to arm Ukraine. to fend off the Russian invasion. Owned by the Army, operated by General Dynamics, the plant is expected to refurbish Abrams tanks for the U.S. to send to Ukraine. Now, they're already preparing to build an updated version of the vehicle for Poland, according to Army officials last week. Army Secretary Christine Wormuth, walking through the plant with a number of other Army leaders and senior officers, said it's highly likely that the plant will provide tanks for Ukraine. We're still looking at options for exactly what variants of tanks will be provided to the Ukrainians. I think there's still a little bit to be worked out, but certainly the tanks being built here in Lima are central, she said. The Associated Press reporter was allowed to accompany her on the tour, the first journalist to walk the production lines since the U.S. had made that pledge of Abrams tanks to the Ukraine. Now, they've declined to give details about the Abrams that will eventually go there, saying they have to decide whether to send refurbished, older Army tanks, Marine tanks, or some other version. But in most cases, the tanks would need upgrades at the Lima plant before being shipped to the Ukraine battlefield. Part of it is figuring out, among the other options, what the best one that can allow us to get the Ukrainian tanks in as timely a fashion as possible without disrupting foreign military sales. Now, officials said Thursday production totals at the plant, which is formally called Joint Systems Manufacturing Center Lima, that it kind of varies based on contract demands. While the plant is currently building 15 to 20 armored vehicles per month, including tanks, they could easily boost that to 33 per month and could actually add another shift of workers to build even more if needed. But right there in Lima, Ohio. Let's get down to Gilligan, I believe it is. Hey, Gilligan.
Good morning, Steve. Thanks for having me back. Hey, I got a message from you from Captain Rod. He must have got his calculator out. He said that 41,000 hours of video from the January 6th is a little over 244 weeks for 4.96 years of straight video.
Wow. So it's going to take you 4.5 years to watch it once.
Yeah, I was going to say, I knew that was a long time. Today's my Monday, so I guess I should come over to the dark side with Captain Ron and say it's the greatest day of the week. Well, I don't know about that. I'm going to touch on a couple things. I missed one earlier. You was talking about them artillery shells up there being manufactured in Scranton last night. I've actually hauled steel into that plant out of a place called Camco Steel out of Canton, Ohio. I'm sure most of you listeners heard of Canton Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
I tell you, it's a big facility up there. I've delivered there. Now, it's been over 20 years ago, when I was still a full flatbed. Pappy was talking about the no cash bond. That is unbelievable. They just catch your release. I mean, it's amazing how people cannot see this. I don't get it. People continue to commit crimes. And there's people have 20 felonies against them. They got a long history of it, and then they'll just go ahead and just slap them on the wrist and let them out. I've seen it with my own eyes, read it, in the news stories, and stuff. It's beyond me why people support that sort of manufacturer.
Well, especially in light of the fact that now, I mean, confirmed, 7 out of 10 released actually go on to commit other crimes and harm other people.
Exactly. Well, I'll tell you what, Steve, I'm going to end this call with a heat wave style funny. Well, did you know that a slice of apple pie is $2.50 in Jamaica, $3 in the Bahamas? Well, those are the pie rates of the Caribbean. You can blow me up now, Steve.
All right, Gilligan, have a good morning. We'll wind things down here in 2.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, I guess it's the latest post to kind of go viral. I see Ricky Roadway and a number of other friends have shared it yesterday. I hadn't yet read it until just a few moments ago. You don't know who the original writer was, but so I'm at Walmart, and the only checkout line is backed up. And I overheard an associate say, they're just too lazy to check themselves out. You know, these were people waiting in the only manned checkout line. Everything else is self-checkout, right? When I turned to look at the line, I was furious. Everyone in that line was well over 70 years old. Listen here, Mr. 20-something-year-old Walmart associate. These people are the backbone of this country. These folks are not lazy. They weren't born into a computer generation. While you were playing video games and learning to navigate a computer, they were working in the steel mills, the mines, the dress and shoe factories, restaurants and stores, without the aid of a computer or your silly little phone you have to your head, making $14 to $16 an hour. You twerps would have never made it back in the day. These lazy people can still work circles around you, and they have a work ethic and drive that you probably know nothing about. Just because someone doesn't feel comfortable using a self-checkout doesn't make them lazy. And before I forget, these lazy people pay your salary. Instead of you and others walking around being judgmental, someone could have offered to help them on the self-checkout. If you ever have to get your vegetables from the ground rather than the produce department, guess who you're going to need help from? Those lazy people. Be careful of the toes you step on today, because they might be attached to the butt you have to kiss tomorrow. Ah. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, all right, 5-7.
Yeah.
Final words here.
Real
Yes.
quick. Yeah, I don't want to talk bad about the dead, so let me throw it out there before he died. Yeah, we came off of President Nixon, and the country was just in the depression, the throes of depression. We had Gerald Ford bumbling around, hitting people with golf balls. So when Carter come along, he was a good man. He was feeling all right. He was, but every time he turned around, the Middle East was doing something and doing this. Eventually, he took our embassy, and he sent helicopters. There was a crash. We had dead military, and just absolutely. But I was going to stand up for him. I was going to vote for him. I come out of the Navy. But the main thing the man will, and you have to face, is he had the ability to stop the slaughter of babies and during his administration. The question is now, when he opens up his eyes, will he see these little souls? Scripture says, "I knew you before you were formed in your womb." So there's a question about that. God, hey, doesn't mean he ain't saved, but he might have to face the souls. He had the ability to save. And I'll tell you what, when Reagan come along, Reagan gave us a self-pride and showed us who we were as Americans, and that we are good people, we're generous people, and we're like you. I mean, he rose us out of the dirt, and he did it during a peacetime. It was amazing what the man would do, and he was just a joy to listen to. But I just for his family. And 90 years? 90 years?
98.
He had a
98.
90. Yep. So, and yes, say good things about him. He helped get homes built for a lot of people. So, rest in peace when you go, buddy. And just I'll leave it at that. Other than that, we're gonna sit back and wait for that notification in the morning. Or Wednesday, can you believe it already?
It's amazing how quick those days are ticking by. Yes, indeed. Right? Yeah, well, we come back at the midnight hour Eastern time. It will indeed. We'll be, hey, Mike, hump day already. First of all, though, it's Happy Taco Tuesday. According to Truck and Phil, coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. All right, looks like, 38 degrees today in Fort Wayne and Sterling Heights, Michigan, as we head out to do our thing. Fort Wayne to Sterling Heights and back again. Have a great week, says Truck and Phil, getting it all started here on a Tuesday morning. Yes, a.k.a. Taco Tuesday. And one quick last reminder, of course, for over 60 years, Staybill has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, anything that's going to be sitting around with the gas in it. Staybill storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion in your fuel system at the same time. Store your engine the right way with Staybill. And thank you so much for being a part of our program this Tuesday morning. Have a safe day, and we'll see you back at the midnight hour Eastern tonight.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.